Orage's commentary on Beelzebub. We returned to New York towards the end of 1927 and resumed our work with the group. During the winter, Orage reviewed our study of Beelzebub's tales of the past 3 years. I made copious notes of his talks and collected and collated notes and fragments from others. Later, when Orage came to live in London, I discussed the material with him over a period of 3 or 4 years and revised it. The following commentary, compiled from hundreds of pages of notes, is but a small portion of them. Although I have tried to put the notes in sequential form, they are not strictly chronological. At various times he refers to the same passages, often from different viewpoints. Hence there will be some repetition, and although some of the notes may appear fragmentary, everything is connected. Orage said, "Some of you still criticise the faulty grammar and punctuation and ask why I do not do something about it. Well, although from the first writing the sense is in each chapter, Gurdjieff is constantly rewriting and revising. As you may know, he writes in pencil in Armenian. This is translated into Russian and then into literal English by Russians. It is then gone over by 1 or 2 English and American pupils at the Priory, who have only a rough knowledge of the use of words. All I can do at present is to revise the English when it obscures the sense. Although I've talked over the chapters with Gurdjieff and discussed the sense of them, he will never explain the meaning of anything. His task is to write the book, ours to make the effort to understand. The style and sense are Gurdjieff's. The surprising thing is that, in spite of the difficulties of translation, the sense and style come through so well, it can be said that in English, this being a more flexible language than French, it is possible to play with words, so that the English translation will have a quality of its own. Orage cautioned us about attempting to explain to new pupils the meaning as we understood it of things in Beelzebub. One could only throw out hints. With those on the same level of understanding as oneself, discussion was useful. In the weeks that followed, he reviewed the chapters, we on our side striving to contribute. And since we were all more or less on the same level of understanding, the talks were very helpful indeed. What follows of his commentary is only an outline, so to say, of Beelzebub's tales to Hussein, hints of the richness and depths of the wisdom. Each reader will understand according to his own inner development. At first it is like a bud, then it opens out, like a flower. The preface to the book, Orage said, is what an overture is to an opera. The ideas to be developed are indicated lightly, they are expressed, not by direct statement, but by parable. The preface is called The Arousing of Thought. The book opens with an invocation to all 3 centres, to wholeness, but especially to the Holy Ghost. The book is to be read from the real heart, that is, with emotional understanding. Normal people would begin any serious venture in an attitude of wholeness, but on this remote lunatic planet we never do, but only partially. Gurdjieff places his hand on his heart, that is his solar plexus, which to us is heart, since we have no Holy Ghost, no neutralising force, since we are third force blind. He has no wish to write. He compels himself to write by will, which is indifferent to personal inclination. And this is the attitude in which each of us ought to approach the method. The book is an objective work of art. Objective art consists of conscious variations from the original according to the plan of the artist or writer who strives to create a definite impression on his audience. The art we know is as natural as the song or the nest of a bird. The nest of the oriole seems more perfect to us than the nest of the snipe, but we attribute no conscious value to the bird. So with John Milton and Michelangelo. Milton sang, but as the linnet sings. Gurdjieff will not use the language of the intelligentsia. Ideas in the book will not be presented in our habitual thought patterns. Our intellectual life is based on charged associations which have become more or less fixed. Only when these are broken up can we begin to think freely. Our associations are mechanical. A whole mood can be destroyed by the use of one word which has a different group of associations. In a serious discussion, for example, an unthinking person, by letting drop a vulgar word, can destroy the mood of that group. Gurdjieff asks, "What language shall I write in?" He has begun in Russian, but cannot go far in that, for Russian is a mixture of essence and personality. Russians will philosophize for a short time, then drop into gossip, into yarns. English is useful for practical matters, but inadequate for meditation and pondering on the whole. The psychology of the Russians and the English is like solyanka, a stew in which there is everything except the essential you and the real I. They cannot tell the truth about themselves. Armenian is essence, the Armenian of our childhood, when we spoke from essence. As we grew up, we learnt Russian and English, but one cannot express modern ideas in the language of essence. There remains Greek, but again, Greek of today is not like the Greek of one's childhood. As one grows up, one's behaviour is different. To a conscious person, behaviour is a language. Many of the books that are written, even literary works, are manifestations of a pathological state. There is, for example, the cancerous style, the tubercular style, the syphilitic style. Can you, as literary critics, tell the difference between a style which is only words and a style which is words plus content? The Song of Deborah in the Old Testament is an example of the latter. But this, though written out of the fullness of a heart, is still not objective art, because its content depends on accidental associations. Beelzebub's Tales is a book that destroys existing values. It compels the serious reader to revalue all values, and to a sincere person it is devastating. As Gurdjieff says, it may destroy your relish for your favourite dish, your pet theories, for example, or that form of art you happen to follow. It will be like red pepper disturbing to your mental and emotional associations, your inertia. For myself, I realise now that for 2 years I tried to use these ideas, tried to assimilate them into my own set of values, hoping to enrich the values without giving them up. I thought that the new ideas would widen the scope and extend the perspective of the old and give variety to the content. But now I feel that the actual framework is becoming valueless. There comes a time to almost everyone in this work when he asks himself, shall I lose the old values that give incentive, and shall I then be able to go on to new ones, ones of a different order? Further on in the book, there are implications that the universe is reasonably and intelligently conducted, and that there are many details to be taken care of, that life is not normal on our planet, but that man, by certain efforts, can become normal. Beelzebub has been exiled. What is it in us that has been exiled? We are identified with the solar plexus, with feelings. The solar plexus is a disorganised and disconnected centre. One result of continued work would be the concentration of emotion into a definite aim in place of the ups and downs of feeling, of the wasteful struggle of conflicting feelings. Beelzebub constructed an observatory, but only after many attempts and when improvements have been made. We have to work a very long time on ourselves before we can begin to observe ourselves properly. One of the first objections often made to the method and the system is that it is selfish and without love. Jesus said, "Take no thought for yourself." Beelzebub says, "Take thought only for yourself," in the right way, of course. For only then will you be able to take thought for others. There is a saying of Jesus from the Gnostics, "Follow me and you shall lose me. Follow yourselves and you shall find both me and yourselves." The Gnostics introduced this method that we are studying into Christianity. But when the Christian leaders of the young church became powerful, they expelled and persecuted the Gnostics. Karnak is an Armenian word and is connected with the Greek idea of the body being the tomb of the soul. Beelzebub's tales are addressed to the dead, asleep in the tomb of the body. The book is of words uttered by I. What is understood in it will be acted upon. There is nothing in the book that I have not known, but as yet I have not woken up and realized it. You know the mantra, more radiant than the sun, purer than the snow, subtler than the ether, is the self within my heart. I am that self am I. We can say that young Hussein represents the self within us. Hussein, the young I. Concerning the systems of spaceships, we can say that Gurdjieff's system is a psychological system which requires active work on the part of the pupil. It replaces the older passive system of faith, love and hope. What is the cylinder? The barrel was hermetically sealed with the seal of Hermes, who taught this method, which is the sly man's way. The denser the substances, the fog and gas of negative emotions, provided you know how to use them, the better the ship goes. In the old religions, one stayed within the church and was carried mechanically to a mechanical heaven. In this system, one has to initiate things for oneself. It is a pilgrim's progress, full of difficulties and struggle, but paradoxically a quicker and surer way than the easy systems imported into Europe from Asia. Chapter 6, while being a parable, is also a cartoon. In fact, many of the chapters are cartoons in the religious sense. A cartoon here is a picture of an aspect of a man's life on this planet, exaggerated in a certain way in order to draw attention to it, to make one ponder and so arrive at the truth. This is a satire on the various religious cults, sects, rituals, mysteries, systems of breathing, fasting and so on, all of which profess to give immortality. Rationalism came and cracked them on their noddles, but rationalism is equally negative. Becoming aware of genuine being duty. This is not duty to society or doing one's duty. From one aspect, it is concerned with directing and using our body as a machine, actualizing its potentialities. Our body is a machine with many uses. At present, the psyche uses the body for only a fraction of these. This is immoral. If we habitually work with only one or two centres, we live as one or two brain beings. This is objectively immoral for a potential free brain being. When we begin to ask ourselves, with remorse, like Hussein, how can I pay for my existence and for all that others have done for me? Then we begin to become aware of genuine being duty. Every free brain being at a certain stage, not necessarily only in this work, asks himself, what is the meaning and aim of existence? What am I here for? Why was I born? How did I come to be born in this particular family, in these conditions? What must I do? Beelzebub tells Hussein not to think about it too much yet. He's still young and must study. Later he will know what to do. We are young in the work and, like Hussein, must study, prepare ourselves, read the book. For the keys to the answers are all there, though, as Gurdjieff says, they are not near the doors. He who is too lazy now to learn all he can will not be able later to put his knowledge into practice. To suffer in purgatory is to know and understand what we ought to do and yet not yet be able to do it. But remember, zest with ease and beware of premature exercises. We are the prodigal son, or something in us is. This story, by the way, came from the Gnostics. In the hymn of the robe of glory, the son went to search for a robe which had been stolen, but he fell into mechanical life and forgot his aim. He fell on sleep. While tending the swine, he woke and remembered his aim and returned to his father. Gurdjieff says that a perfected man is superior to the angels, the idea being that men, perfected to a certain degree of reason, are cells in the mind of God. Angels are his emotions. One of the tragedies of the cosmos is that men, instead of being under solar influences, are under lunar influences, therefore lunatics. Legend has it that this is the ridiculous or lunatic planet. George Bernard Shaw, who says that this planet is the lunatic asylum of the universe, uses it in this sense. He got it from Lucian, who got it from the Greeks from the Egyptians, and the Egyptians from the ancient Babylonians and the Sumerians. Yet life on the maleficent planet has its compensations. While suffering from the advantage of the terrible disadvantage of being human, we have the possibility of perfecting ourselves and becoming higher than the angels. There is more joy in heaven over one man perfected by his own efforts than in 99 naturally evolved angels. Gurdjieff writes in Beelzebub, "Never will he understand the sufferings of another who has not experienced them himself, though he have divine reason and the nature of a genuine devil." This has to do with real, not ordinary mechanical suffering. There exist legends in many countries and religions about an accident, a happening unforeseen by the higher powers, which caused a large fragment of the earth to split off and become the moon. Gurdjieff says that there were two fragments, and the smaller one became Kemsi-Pa, never allowing one to sleep in peace. In ourselves there are repeated the accidents that happen to the planet. At certain ages psychological changes occur in us, two splinters are split off. We must discover in ourselves what these fragments are. We are like the dismembered Osiris. With the help of the method we can remember ourselves, recollect ourselves, become whole. What is the comet that bumps into us at a certain age? The archangels Algamantant and Sakaki, like all the other angels and characters mentioned, are personified intelligences comparable to the principalities and powers mentioned in the Bible. There are higher cosmic individuals. The helpers of his endlessness is the governor of the universe, in charge of the various solar systems, but apparently they are not all intelligent or all-knowing, otherwise they would have foreseen the possibilities of a cosmic catastrophe. Only his endlessness is all-wise, all-knowing, all-loving, and his true name, in spite of the 1,000 names of the Hindus and the hundreds of names of the Muslims, can never be known or uttered by ordinary man. We are aware of the moon, whose esoteric name is still Lundadezapasa, of whom Powys writes, that Pau traitess, the moon, the cause of all our woes. But Annaluius is unknown to us. If the rationalist psychologist, artist, writer or reformer feels in himself an ache for perfection, he pays no attention to it, or else dreams that it would be cured by better art, better writing, better living conditions. They have been dreaming of this for thousands of years, and real remorse of conscience that follows a realisation of unfulfilled being duty has no meaning for them. The Greek myths alone are full of analogies of a method for self-development, for perfecting oneself, the constant need for conscious labour and voluntary suffering, the labours of Hercules, the quest of the Golden Fleece, Ulysses, Perseus and the Gorgon, Ariadne and the thread by which one finds the way out of the labyrinths of life, the war of the Greeks and Trojans for Helen. What does Helen represent in this system? And in the Mahabharata too, from whose inspiration the Greeks drew their myths, the ideas are set out far more elaborately. The reading of the book is an exercise in sustained attention, together with imaginative understanding. To understand an effort must be made with all three centres. Fragmentary effort fails to make a whole. How long can I hold my attention? It varies, and one has to take advantage of those periods when one finds one's attention being held by the narrative. Consider the epic quality of the setting of the story. It is a kind of dialogue between Beelzebub and the actualised, ideal, objectively conscious man whose function has ceased, and who has now a critique, who is stating his conclusions impartially, constructively, and without prejudice. and a young, undeveloped being who has a longing to understand. Beelzebub, detached and impartial, surveys and observes the body of the cosmos, as we ought to observe our organism. He implies that the universe has a purpose and that he understands it. Solar systems, planets, beings, the life of man, all organic life has a practical, not a theoretical or mystical function, and the various parts of the megalocosmos, including us men, either fulfill or do not fulfill their function. A question was asked here about Jesus, and Orage said that Jesus studied with schools which included the Essenes. At first he was hailed as a healer, but this was only a minor part of his work. He came to give people, in place of the complicated machinery constructed by the Hebrew priests, a simple method, a system, a ship whose engines had few moving parts, so to speak. Orage continued, "The singular life of this planet is the result of an accident. Our moon is a result. It was not developed naturally as are the scores of other planets, but prematurely delivered. In consequence, a special kind of life had to be organised so that special radiations and vibrations could be developed in order to maintain the moon and annulus. Beings on this planet had to be used for this purpose, but if they realised it, they might refuse to continue their existence. In men, an organ was put, Gurdjieff, which had the effect of making them see and sense reality upside down. It was as if something had been radiated into the atmosphere of the planet. As soon as the possibility of danger to cosmic harmony had passed, the organ was removed, but the consequences remained, and men, with few exceptions, have lived in a state of illusion, of dream, ever since. How do we explain that if we, who consider ourselves intelligent, impartially and sincerely review our behaviour at the end of each day, find that we have behaved like idiots, cowards, poltroons, that we foul our nests wherever we go? Were we to consider another's behaviour thus impartially, we would condemn him, as we usually do. Yet for ourselves we remain unmoved and even complacent. We are so complacent, uncritical, that we take it for granted that we are fulfilling our functions, never realising that we, and life generally, are becoming more mechanical. The problem of why we are as we are, what life is for, what the body is for, what values we live by, never presents itself to us as something to be sensed and pondered over, as it did, for example, to the writer of Genesis, who said, mythologically but intelligently, that the fall, degradation and mechanicality came because of our succumbing to the instinctive centre, the passive denying part. As Beelzebub says, your favourites unfortunately know only the denying part. We men were put into the Garden of Eden, and now we were expected to take care of the garden. We fell on sleep, ceased to make effort, and were put outside. But since in the beginning we were not entirely to blame, his endlessness, from the time of Adam, sent his messengers one after another, patriarchs, prophets and teachers, to present a method by which we could wake up and free ourselves from the effects of our mechanicality induced by Gurdjieff. Why is it that we fail to make use of or to preserve the treasures of each succeeding civilization, the science and the art of Egypt, the philosophy and religion of India, the wisdom of Chaldea, the system of personal relations of ancient China? Why is it that we are not the heirs of all the ages? Why this urge to destroy the old? Why, instead of standing on the shoulders of the past, do we have to begin and arrive at a state in many of the arts and sciences inferior to the ancients? Why do we believe and hope in progress, when all around us there are proofs that we are deteriorating and are working day and night to produce forces that will destroy even such as we have built up? The answer is Gurdjieff, our lack of will, our inability to make any effort to work on ourselves. But this is too small a thing for our reformers. The psyche is constantly under the influence of mass suggestions. It is the same in every man, be he white, brown, black, red or yellow. Take the conception of the word hero. Beelzebub tells a saying that a hero is one who voluntarily undertakes some labour for the benefit of creation. In this sense, Gurdjieff himself is a hero. He spent 30 years tramping through Central Asia, the Near and Far East, enduring incredible hardships in order to satisfy his longing for knowledge and understanding, and to discover and teach a method by which men could perfect themselves. On the planet Earth, until quite recently, a hero was one who most easily fell under the mass psychosis of war and destroyed the lives of many men. The ancients attributed the madness of men in war to gods and devils, in the Mahabharata and the Aeneid, for example. In former times, war may have been necessary for nature's purpose, but now, according to Beelzebub, war has become a horror of horrors in the great universe and a hindrance to the divine plan. Now only man and his suggestibility are responsible for the illusion of the pomp and circumstance of glorious war. The first descent occurs in the time of Atlantis. Whether Atlantis ever existed is of no interest to us here, but that Atlantis exists in us is of great psychological interest. Atlantis was buried in the depths of the planet. One of our tasks is to disinter the submerged Atlantis, the buried objective conscience. We ought to continue, while in an intellectual emotional state, to make an attempt to establish a point of view about the human race. An intellectual attitude is easy, but this alone will not take us very far. It is here today and gone tomorrow. But if we will study something in an intellectual emotional state and discuss it practically, we shall establish a threefold state in which it will be possible to realise a truth, and this can be lasting. The book is the history of the origin of man and an objective description of him. The facts are not new, they are in us, in a state of chaos and disorganisation. They are not in our consciousness. As Gurdjieff says, we do not try to discover something new, but to recover that which is lost. Some of the parables in the New Testament refer to this. As an exercise, try to imagine in one generalisation the 5 main races of man that inhabit the earth. Each has had a history. In what succession did they appear? What are their racial characteristics, their state of evolution and degeneration? What are the objective characteristics common to all as manifested according to the results of the organ Kundabuffer? For example, every man and woman of the 5 great races is possessed of vanity, self-love, self-pride, egoism, etc. Yet there remains in us a certain objective standard, though often buried deep, that regards these characteristics as deplorable. What do we mean by egoism, for example? From one aspect, it is believing that the organism to which I am attached is superior to others, so that I measure others by my likes and dislikes, not by their needs, but by my preferences, and I impudently criticise another for having made a slip while I am guilty of colossal blunders. Egoism is I. You may remember the anecdote in the Conference of the Birds. God one day said to Moses, "Go and get a word of advice from Satan." So Moses went to Iblis and asked for a word of advice. Iblis said, "Always remember this simple axiom, never say I, so that you may never become like me." And vanity, that's something for which we will sacrifice almost anything rather than it should be hurt. And self-pity, which is diabolical, though real pity is divine. These are some of the characteristics which we ourselves share with all men. Why? According to Beelzebub, it is because we are biological products of an abnormal planet. We are normally abnormal. These faults of character are abnormal to real essence. The great religious teachers have not been reformers in the Shavian sense. Shaw never understood Jesus. They have not tried to change or reform any given culture, but to change the chemistry of the human psyche so that men should think and feel and act normally. At the same time, all great changes which have renewed and vivified the spirit of man, all great art, music, literature, architecture, have come about through small groups of conscious men working according to the inner teachings of the great teachers. All external organised religion of whatever kind has come about through the distortion of the sayings of the great teachers. It is part of the process of downflowing of the law of the octave, which, though conscious in its origin, is mechanical when it reaches us, involution. Evolution in us is the result of conscious labour and voluntary suffering, of the struggle against this downflowing current. Beelzebub's first descent is on account of a young and inexperienced kinsman of his who got into difficulties with King Apollos. One calls to mind the parallel of Krishna in the Mahabharata. The narrative of the first descent, from one aspect, is a warning against the reformer swayed by feelings, who maintains that if you trust the people, everything's going to be all right. The reformer who sees the people labouring and suffering for purposes which have nothing to do with their own needs. He sees certain things clearly, but he thinks he knows what ought to be done, and this is where he goes wrong. Hence, if he succeeds in bringing about a reform in his generation, that reform becomes the abuse of the next. Beelzebub warns Hussein about entertaining certain sentimental notions about the human race. He tells him that those slugs have double natures. In certain moods they talk as if butter would not melt in their mouths. In other moods they act like monsters and do such things to each other as even wild beasts would shrink from. None of the other religions have been responsible for mutual destruction on such an enormous scale as the Christian, and this has done much to discredit the principle of love in the minds of the many serious people. Yet the principle of love in pursuit of real knowledge is indispensable. All the time people are writing and talking about love, yet they have not a glimmering of real, that is, conscious love. An aphorism in the study house says, "Practice conscious love on animals first. They are more sensitive and responsive." Beelzebub's descent was from the planet Mars. How do we understand this? Ares, the Greek Mars, was originally the god of games and sports. Not of sport as we know it, but of the struggle to train and maintain the body to be of service. In time, as always happens, this idea of Ares degenerated into the symbol of Mars as a god of war and bloodshed. From one aspect, then, we can speak of those on the planet Mars as the Hopi speak of his kind, as being engaged in divine warfare, divine struggle. We must always keep in mind what Gurdjieff says about Beelzebub's tales. There are 3 versions of the book, an outer, an inner, and an inmost. Almost every complete statement in the book has 7 aspects. From one aspect, then, we must ponder what is said about the observatory on Mars, from which Beelzebub was able to observe impartially and critically the life of man on the earth. We have to learn to adopt this impartial attitude towards our own organism. Orage constantly spoke about not trying to change something in ourselves without instruction from Gurdjieff or one of the older pupils. If we try to change something without working according to the method, a worse manifestation might appear. He quoted Belloc, "Be sure to keep tight hold of nurse, for fear of meeting something worse." Orage said, "If the organism becomes swept and garnished by certain pseudo-occult or revivalist methods, if it becomes purged of negative emotions, instead of the emotions being transformed by the use of the method, 7 devils worse than the first may enter. One of the extraordinary things about the method is that, by its use, a change to normality is brought about indirectly, through self-sensing, self-remembering, self-observation. A change is brought about in the organism as a change is made in certain chemicals if a catalyst is present. From another aspect, it is as if 3 children, brothers, were in a room quarrelling and interfering with one another, The door slowly opens and the father looks in. He doesn't do or say anything, just observes. The quarrelling dies down and each child goes on with what he was doing. One of the questions asked in new groups was about increased efficiency. Question: will work in the method improve my writing? Orage: yes. Question: right away? Orage: it is impossible to tell. Certainly it will eventually. Question: but it might prevent my writing for a time. Suppose I cannot afford to wait. Orage: they do not start working in the method. This brought the discussion to what Gurdjieff often said about striving to do everything well. If you will begin by doing small things well, you will be able to do big things well. You will later be able to work on yourself well. Small things like cooking, washing up, cleaning the floor, but they must be done with attention. Gurdjieff and Orage, when they were teaching, when we were studying higher ideas like the laws of the cosmos, were able to bring us down to small everyday things and relate these to high ideas. They never ceased to stress the importance of doing small things consciously, for only then will we be able to understand the smallest thing about great laws. For it is possible to know everything with the formatory apparatus, yet to understand nothing. As the proverb says, with all thy getting, get understanding. Understanding is one of the most difficult things to understand. As Gurdjieff often said, you don't understand what understanding means. In the Conference of the Birds, the Hopo telling the birds about the third valley says, after the valley of which I have spoken there comes another, the valley of understanding, which has neither beginning nor end. No way is equal to this way. Understanding for each traveller is enduring, but knowledge is temporary. The soul, like the body, is in a state of progress or decline, and the spiritual way reveals itself only to the degree to which the traveller has overcome his faults and weaknesses, his sleep and his inertia, and each will approach nearer to his aim according to his effort. There are different ways of crossing this valley, and all birds do not fly alike. Understanding can be arrived at variously. Some have found the Mareb, others the idol. When the sun of understanding brightens this road, each receives light according to his merit, and he finds the degree assigned to him in the understanding of truth. When the mystery of the essence of being reveals itself clearly to him, the furnace of this world becomes a garden of flowers. But it is necessary to have a deep and lasting wish to become as we ought to be in order to cross this difficult valley. As for you who are asleep, how long will you stay as you are, like a donkey without a halter? Attar adds, there is a man in China who gathers stones without ceasing. He sheds abundant tears, and as the tears fall to the ground they change into stones, which again he gathers. If the clouds were to weep tears like these, it would be a matter for sorrow and sighing. Real knowledge becomes the possession of the true seeker, but ordinary knowledge becomes distorted by the formalist mind. It becomes petrified, like stones. Someone asked Orage what was the difference between self-improvement and self-perfecting. He said, self-improvement is an arrangement of something that already exists. Self-perfection is an actualization of potentialities not yet developed. As I have said, one of our great disadvantages is that, as men, we learn nothing from the past. Not only do we learn nothing, but education and most of what is called informative writing is, in a conspiracy, to make us believe that the wisdom of the past, compared to what we know, is only the result, as Gurdjieff says, of the wise acorns of ancient barbarians. Our civilization is not built on preceding civilizations, and science is really a repetition, although it thinks it is discovering things for the first time. Beelzebub refers to at least 2 civilizations preceding historical times in which electrical inventions were carried to as high a point as in our own time. Gurdjieff says that once he took part in an expedition to the Gobi Desert. In one place, 20 yards below the surface, they found the remains of a city. Below that, another, and still another. Other archaeologists have found similar conditions on the site of Troy and Jericho. The people living there today have no tradition or even legends of these lost cities. It makes Egypt seem of yesterday. When I was a boy, we were taught that the great earthworks in England were the remains of Roman camps. It is now being discovered that they are the remains of a civilization ancient when Rome was young, and that the great stone rings of Avebury are older by thousands of years than Stonehenge. The commonly accepted views of history are the life of man seen through a distorting mirror. Gibbon, in the beginning of his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, says that history is chiefly a record of crime. Today, the scientific attitude has taken the place of the religious attitude. One set of superstitions has replaced another. Scientists are engaged in anatomizing the corpse of the universe. They are concerned with how, not why. Science sees everything mechanically, through part of the moving instinctive centre. It has no answer to human needs in a crisis. I am speaking of the ordinary scientist who possesses an assortment of information, of partial knowledge, not verified by personal experience, and which is often disproved by another scientist. Objective science has, as its aim, the investigation of the meaning and aim of existence, not to discover more and more things, but the truth of, the real relation of things. Someone asked, "How would you define superstition?" "Superstition," he replied, "is an emotional attitude towards a lie." Speaking of the chapter on time, Orage said that Gurdjieff's statement, "Time is the unique subjective," was the key to all that had ever been written and said on the subject. Beelzebub says, "Time itself no being can either understand by reason or sense by any outer or inner being function. It is necessary to notice that in the great universe, all phenomena, without exception, wherever they arise and are manifested, are simply successively law-conformable fractions of some whole phenomenon, which has its prime arising on the most holy Sun Absolute, and, in consequence, all cosmic phenomena, wherever they proceed, have a sense of objectivity, and these law-conforming fractions are actualized in every respect, and even in the sense of their involution and evolution, according to the chief cosmic law, the sacred heptaparapassionok. Only time has no sense of objectivity, because it is not the result of the fractioning of any definite cosmic phenomena, and it does not issue from anything, but blends away with everything and becomes self-sufficiently independent, and therefore, in the whole of the universe, it alone can be called and extolled as the ideally unique subjective phenomenon. Time alone, or as it is sometimes called the hieropass, has no source from which its arising should depend, but like divine love, flows away independently by itself, and blends proportionately with all the phenomena in the given place and in the given arisings of our great universe. "We are like a clock with 3 springs," continued Orage, "which vary according to hereditary and early environment. All 3 are wound up to run for 300 or 400 years. Gurdjieff says that in the beginning our organs were made to last 1,500 years. The age of the patriarchs is not just a myth. What prevents our spring from lasting? The answer is the abnormal life of man, his physical life, his emotional life, his intellectual life. The regulator of our clock does not work properly. It begins to go wrong at the age of responsibility. Why does the time of childhood and youth seem so long and the rest of life seem to go so quickly, to be so short? Time is the potentiality of experience, the number of experiences contained in a given centre, and these experiences can be successive, sequential or simultaneous. The time of our lives will depend on the rate at which these potential experiences are exhausted. You know the aphorism in the study house. Man has a limited number of experiences. Economizing them, he prolongs his life. Beelzebub speaks of the short duration of life of the beings in a drop of water compared with ours. Similarly, if this room we are in, and we were with it, were to shrink to the size of a tennis ball, we would not be aware of it. Perhaps this is what happened to the ants and the bees millions of years ago. Enormous creatures then, they degenerated and became a danger to the cosmic scheme, so nature shrank them. Time and life today may seem the same to them now as then. It may be that if the degeneration of man continues, if his energy continues to be diverted to trivialities, if scientists continue to invent more fantastic means of destruction, if men continue to pollute and poison the rivers and the earth with chemicals and sprays, then nature may do to them what she did to the ants and bees. As we are, experiences happen to us. We do not and we cannot use them consciously until we learn to control the physical and emotional energy that pours out when we are confronted by sudden, unexpected occurrences. For example, a person reads something in the paper or hears of something, and at once he becomes identified. He feels intensely, and valuable emotional and mental energy is wasted. He has shortened his time. The same with difficult experiences with people, which may cause us to unwind in a few minutes or hours, years of potential normal unwinding. Time is the infinite, absolute potential of all experience. To a question asked about space being curved, Orage said, "We can understand something of this by studying the working of the law of the octave in ourselves. Since space also obeys the laws of the deflection of the lines of force, a line taken from a point in space will eventually come back to itself. Space also must be conceived in octaves, and is therefore curved. There are 3 dimensions of space and time: succession, line, simultaneity, plane, seeing 3 or more successions, eternity. Eternity is observing all potentialities of a series simultaneously. Professor Eddington, speaking of himself as a 4-dimensional worm, is on the verge of a concept of 3-dimensional time. Really, he is only 2-dimensional in his concept. The 3rd dimension enters if you see all your past, present and future simultaneously. Gurdjieff calls us sheep. We move on a sort of 1-dimensional line. Recurrence is a sphere. Lines of latitude make circles, an octave of them from the equator, and beings have a longevity corresponding to their latitude of time, those nearest the pole being the shortest. Lines of longitude are spatial. Longitude is reincarnation in space. Latitude is recurrence in time. Without going into a great deal of theory, this cannot now be clear to you. The minds you have now are incapable of grasping these ideas. We aim to develop minds to which these ideas will be as easy relatively as ideas of 2 dimensions are now. Someone asked, "Do you exclude people who apparently can foretell the future or read the past?" Orage, "I never met one who could. When I was an investigator for the Society for Psychical Research, I never saw or heard of an authentic case. Potentialities may be seen, but longitude and latitude cannot be determined for the actualization. Incidentally, I never came across any so-called supernatural phenomena that could not be explained by natural means. One of the aims of Gurdjieff's book is to induce despair in the best trained minds concerning their type of reason." Beelzebub represents the ideal normal man. His function on this planet has ceased. He has the whole of human experience behind him. He has a critique of human nature. He is objective, impartial, unprejudiced. He is indignant, but capable of pity and benevolence. He has made use of his exile to lead a conscious existence, and has spared no effort to actualize his potentialities. He is what we might be. He is what we ought to be. In his talks, he presents us with a method by which we may become what we ought to be. Beelzebub sees human beings existing in conditions for which they themselves are responsible, conditions not becoming to free-centred beings. Becoming here means both fitting and that which will enable them to become to be. Because of the system of education, cognizance of the cosmos in which they live has disappeared from their psyche. As we are aware of the flora and fauna of nature and of the civilization in which we exist, so free-centred beings should be aware of the functions of the cosmos, the sun in relation to the planets, the earth to the moon. This would be being knowledge, that is, direct personal knowledge, not hearsay. A normal free-centred being would understand cosmic phenomena and how he is affected by radiations, emanations, tensions. Being abnormal, we are all unaware of this, or we see it distorted. Why? Gurdjieff himself is a mirror to each one of us, which reflects reality. The book is this kind of mirror. Gurdjieff is also a mirror, but a distorting mirror in which we see reality upside down. Education is the result of the consequences of the organ Gurdjieff. Plato said that his republic could be set up only if he could begin with newborn children. But since they have to be educated by adults, they would be spoiled. Plato, of course, was the philosopher, while Socrates was the teacher of a method, as well as a philosopher. Many people today have intelligence superior to their conduct. They are free from superstition about religion, science, morals and politics, but continue to be irrational about their children. They see the stupidities of the educational system, yet continue to bring their children up in it. According to Beelzebub, our sun neither lights nor heats. Apart from its psychological implications, what do we know by personal knowledge about the cause of heat and light coming to our planet? Only yesterday, relatively, the whole authority of the Church taught that the sun was a small ball of fire revolving round the earth, created to give us light and heat, and almost everyone believed it. Now scientists teach that the sun is an enormous globe of fire, whose flames shoot thousands of miles into its atmosphere, and almost everyone believes it. How do they know? Beelzebub says that the sun is cold and icy, and that heat and light are the remorse of matter. The sacred Aya Ea Ua is the sigh of objective remorse. It is what one should feel in the presence of a being who has developed himself into a higher state of consciousness than one's own, a wish to be what one ought to be. Our planet, the Earth, is the shame of our solar system. It is the ugly duckling, the misshapen dwarf, the beast of the fairy tales in which are enshrined fragments of real teaching, so that it should not be suspected of heretical propaganda. The idea is that if men could become normal, this planet might redeem the solar system. The troubadours too taught this idea. They were emissaries of an esoteric school. The whole of the universe exists because of and is maintained by the Trog auto-egocratic system, reciprocal feeding. I, myself, eat. I feed on three foods: ordinary food, air, and impressions. We feed on each other. With some people you can say, he or she feeds me. After I've talked with them, I feel nourished. Others are vampires. They will suck you dry if you are foolish enough to let them. The food I eat is changed into substances which become the cells of my body. I am what I have eaten and digested. Literally, I have eaten myself. The universe is a comparable being which eats to live. Every part of the physical universe is a product of the eating of the great I, the great I am, which is God. This idea is to be found in myths. The early Christians thought that Jesus cut off parts of his flesh and that his disciples ate and drank his blood. According to Gurdjieff, something like this actually happened. Many rites and ceremonies are connected with this idea, the Holy Communion, for example, and of course distorted. In the rites of cannibalism and in the eating of the sex organs, the source of procreation and virility, we have an example of complete distortion. My body eats. Where then is I? Gurdjieff says that we must learn to distinguish between I and it. What is I? We can offer no evidence for individuality, consciousness and will, the triad or triangle of which I is composed. Yet we can have, in time and with work, a realisation of something which is not just organism. The birth of I and its development has been the subject of allegorical teachings in all religions, and it was taught in the mysteries. It plays a great part in the story of Jesus. If one of thine eyes offend thee, pluck it out. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Be still and know that I am God. I am that I am. I is under the law of three. It is under the law of seven. If we have a metaphysical background, it is easier to understand much of Gurdjieff's teachings. We should be able to discriminate between the potential and the actual. Read Surratt's Three Conventions. In speaking of the chapter on art, Orage said that in the time of Pythagoras, artists were talked to while they worked to prevent their being emotionally caught up in their task. He continued, there are two categories of art, subjective and objective, unconscious and conscious. Art evokes a range of emotions that nature would, but cannot produce. The degree to which the artist is conscious in this defines his importance from our point of view. The artist must be in the spirit of nature, in the laws of nature. An understanding of the mathematical principles of nature is not an understanding of the dynamics of nature. The artist's understanding is different from the scientist's description of its tracks. The scientist cannot anticipate nature. The artist should be able to. The subjective artist pursues art for personal development. The aim of the objective artist is to produce a definite and calculated effect on people. His own personal aim may be included in this. Art is a means of communicating emotion. Subjective art satisfies the artist. Objective art affects the recipient as the artist intended. Objective art is based on the understood principles of the law of seven in architecture, painting and sculpture, music, writing, dancing, drama. Ruskin in his Seven Lamps was on the trowel, but became confused. Hokusai said that when he died, he hoped to join that group of nature's artists who draw with light and who create flowers. Blake had a vision of true creation. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? The modern use of the word creation is out of place. Modern art just happens. We are speaking of the bohemian, the typical subjective artist expressing himself. Many artists have only aesthetic, not human emotions. We may say, pursue art, pursue reason. True artists are the antennae of nature. Coming nature casts its artists before it. There is an aphorism in the study house: love not art with your feelings. Objective art brings about a state of non-identification. The one great art, so far as this work is concerned, is that of making a complete human being of oneself. In the chapter on the arch absurd, Beelzebub says that we make no use of the first and third holy forces. He says, for the coating of their own presences, there are only the crystallizations of the second part of the omnipresent Okidanok, the holy denying. Hence it is that the majority of them remain with presences consisting of the planetary body alone, and thus for themselves are destroyed forever. Has it ever occurred to you that almost all of human activity is concerned not with satisfying the legitimate needs of the planetary body, but with gratifying its desires and weaknesses? Take Wall Street, the Royal Exchange, the shops on Fifth Avenue and Bond Street. Think of the millions who are occupied in making articles to gratify the whims and vanities of women, the millions spent on arms and explosives, on sport, on artificial fertilisers that poison the land, on the drugs devised to relieve the consequent diseases. Think of the thousands of acres of trees cut down every month to make pulp on which the vapourings of journalists and illiterate writers are printed, the energy that goes into the production of airplanes and cars. As the tempo of life is speeded up and life becomes more and more complicated, so man has less and less of what is his own. All of this energy and tension, useless for one's being, is taken by nature for her own purposes. One of the great illusions consequent on the organ Kundabuffer is that the pursuit of happiness as an aim in itself is good. If we have a real aim, then we may obtain happiness as a byproduct. Although we may be familiar with theories, we cannot understand anything about the universe until we have established a correspondence in ourselves. Gurdjieff condemns our use of the imagination because we use it chiefly in fantasy. But the book provides an opportunity for making right use of it. One of the exercises in the use of the imagination is that of the frequent shift from the personal to the universal and vice versa. If we understand something of the working of the active, passive and neutralising forces in ourselves, we can then understand something of the law of three in the universe, the same with the law of seven. Have you yet had some realisation of the workings of these two laws, whose processes are going on all the time in yourselves? If not, it will be only knowledge, and as such may disappear. 96% of our civilization is concerned with the instinctive moving centre, the planetary body, 3% with real culture, the emotions, 1% with why, the real mind. The instinctive moving centre, which should be the passive part, has, in our civilization, become the active, the positive. We are the inverted man, crucified upside down. Pythagoras taught this system and method, but no record of his teaching remains except some fragments from perhaps one of his subsidiary groups. The books written about him are almost all supposition, but his teaching had an enormous influence. Plato's Timaeus contains the cosmogony of Pythagoras. Some of Gurdjieff's dances and movements are based on the fragments of Pythagoras' teaching. The initiation of the priestess, a fragment of a mystery, for example. When Aristotle began the sections of his book on metaphysics, he meant to discuss space, time, thought and force in the light of the teaching he had received from Pythagoras, but it seems that he never got on with it. The peculiarity of beings on this planet is due to special conditions. These beings are unique, especially in the nature of their distorted reason. Why do I think that most of the people I meet are fools? Why do they think that I am a fool and pity me? And why are we both right? Why do we in our calmer moments recognise the essential senselessness of people? Why is it that it is so easy to see the faults in others and so difficult to see them in ourselves? This has always been known. See Socrates and the story of Sakuntala in the Mahabharata. Their senselessness is taken for granted by the power-possessing beings, and is used in their dealings with what they call the broad masses or the people. Why do we find it difficult to behave reasonably when confronted with a body of people? Everyone recognises that 75% of laws and regulations are stupid and tries to evade them. Yet seldom does anyone protest. In the chapter Why Men Are Not Men, we are told that because of some unforeseeingness on the part of the higher individuums, a comet collided with the Earth and two pieces were split off. Organically, we are the product of the planet, and we reproduce the organic deficiencies of the planet. Two centres were split off. Our nature became split. Sakaki came to Earth to investigate and found that it was necessary that the Earth and all life on it should supply the two satellites with a substance called ashkoinkin. This could only be obtained by sweat, by effort, physical, emotional and mental. Every organism, every atom had to bear its share of the burden. Sakaki feared that the people on this planet, who were not perhaps sufficiently developed in reason, would revolt and refuse to have children, so the organ Kundabuffer was made to grow in them. This had the effect of making them see reality upside down. They took the ephemeral for the real, and for the first time they began to do something which was not done on any other planet. They began to destroy each other's lives, and nature received the help she needed. As soon as it was deemed to be safe, his endlessness had the organ removed, but the consequences remained. Man continued in his state of sleep, and from later Babylonian times, 8,000 years ago, he has slowly degenerated. We happen to be living in a period when the process of degeneration is being accelerated. Even from the 18th century it has speeded up. Why this command of God, in the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread? Why this curse of labour, the need to sweat? Why this apparent malevolence of God? According to Beelzebub, it is not malevolence, but a cosmic necessity. No one can escape. Everyone must pay. But his endlessness, almost from the foundation of the world, sent his messengers to the earth and continues to send them to teach men how to pay nature and, at the same time, to work on themselves and use part of their efforts of their own being. His messengers taught men the method by which he himself overcame the merciless Hieropaths. He gave them his only begotten Son, so that they themselves might become sons of God and help him in his divine purpose. This method in various forms was taught by all the great teachers. We have now the possibility of paying consciously, so that even the curse itself can become a blessing. Plato, who had learnt the method from Socrates and studied the system with the priests in Egypt, said, "God's curses are our opportunities. Ye are not your own, ye are bought with a price," said Paul. We are dual-natured, I and it, but we are only vaguely conscious of this state. As we are, the body is of no help to consciousness. When we have learned to separate I from it, then we may make use of the body. In doing Gurdjieff's movements and dances, we are making use of the body. We are constrained to make an effort to be conscious. Why is the body not reflective of the mind? Why is there no correspondence between body and consciousness? Why are we like strangers in the body? Paul said, "The things I do, I would not. Those I would not, I do." Abnormality includes not only human nature, but all nature. The whole creation groans and travails, waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. Earth suffers for some cosmic purpose. If we ourselves meet misfortunes with complaining and self-pity, we suffer more and make others suffer. If we meet them consciously, we can make an effort to turn them to our advantage, to our highest use. It is not enough to suffer in silence. This may result in a state of resentment. Conscious effort produces understanding. Beelzebub himself had to sweat to understand what he already knew. Someone voiced the perennial question. While I am here in the group listening to you, I feel with my feelings that all this is true. Here I feel that I can do, and that henceforth I will live according to the teaching. But I know in my mind that when I leave the meeting, all the old weaknesses will present themselves. I shall forget and live the same old way, repeating and repeating, until I come to the group again. From the tone of your voice, Orage replied, it appears that you are in danger of giving way to despondency, the 8th deadly sin. In this work, it is as if one were beginning again and again. Each time you make an effort, you acquire a little more spiritual muscle. Like a child learning to walk, you begin again and again. And this work is infinitely more difficult and complicated, but results are guaranteed. We must remember that because of the effects of the organ Gurdjieff, we suffer from a kind of spinal disease which affects us as opium would, hence our difficulty in making real effort. It has made us lunatics, and although the organ is now only vestigial, the results are still there. Generally speaking, we are born sane but become insane through the influence of our elders, through the desire to do as others do, through education in the wide sense, that enemy of the human race. What is the real meaning of sacrifice and sacrifices? Beelzebub speaks a great deal about it. The great teachers and heroes sacrifice themselves for humanity. In some cases, they are actually put to death on earth as a sacrifice. Jesus, for example. And according to Beelzebub, Judas, who was the nearest to Jesus and the most trusted, sacrificed himself for the good of the other disciples and for posterity. I said, it has always seemed to me that there is something wrong or something distorted in the evolutionist theory that sacrifices and fertility rituals were the beginnings of the religious ideas of primitive peoples. It must be the other way round. The idea of a god or hero dying for the good of humanity became distorted, became mixed with distorted religious ideas. God became incarnated in the king, and the king was sacrificed. It is said that the death of William Rufus, for example, was a ritual sacrifice to the old, not the Christian, religion. There are many examples of the sacrifice of a king or a priest, to say nothing of ordinary men, for the good of the people. Orage replied, there is much in what you say. It is possible also that in ancient times real priests understood that it was necessary at certain periods to have large numbers of death, hence the enormous number of animals sacrificed by the ancient Hindu, Semitic and Greek people. In the Mahabharata, it says that the gods are fed by sacrifices. But what sacrifices? From one aspect, we can take the slaughter of beings in the third descent as slaughter of innocent instinctive desires, again from one of the 7 aspects. The 3 centres of culture are 3 forms of yoga, each being destructive of the unity of the whole. The third descent is to the instinctive moving centre, where innocent desires are sacrificed by Puritans, monks, ascetics of all kinds who suppress natural physical needs, instincts and wishes. Objective instinctive duties are to be good father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, son, daughter and citizen. Ascetic yoga in the wide sense makes these virtually impossible. All this has a bearing on reciprocal feeding, the trog auto-ego-crat. In the Christian religion, the idea of sacrifice has degenerated into giving up things we enjoy. It reached its extreme with the Puritans, who passed laws abolishing dancing, secular singing, festivals, plays, bear baiting and, above all, sex, because people enjoyed these. The Puritan, the most intolerant of people, believes that if a thing is unpleasant, it must be good for you. In this sense, we are all perverted Puritans. We will sacrifice anything but our mechanical suffering. But if we wish to progress in this work, we must sacrifice this mechanical suffering, resentment, irritation, despondency, self-pity, sentimentality, all that represents our personality. The pangs of death of personality are the labour pains of the birth of I. Angelus Silius said, "I must myself become Mary and give birth to God." We make an effort by pondering and sensing, through contemplation, to understand these ideas. And when we do understand, we have a sense and feeling of light. This is the true light of the Gospels, which we receive through the tender mercy of our God, whereby the day spring from on high hath visited us, to give light to them that sit in darkness. The light of understanding, how gladdening light of his pure glory poured. Saints and poets have always known it. When we fail to understand, the sense of the impossibility produces an emotion. One exclaims, "Why can't I understand?" We are then like the snake biting its own tail in disgust with itself. But by striving to understand, we develop the real mind. For this, it is necessary for all centres to work together. Primordial substance is one, but one is three: affirming, denying, reconciling, or positive, negative, neutralising. Can you differentiate the three? Briefly, in an atom of hydrogen, the proton is the positive, the electron the negative. The movement of the electron around the proton produces energy, the neutralising. This is a highly metaphysical concept. We have three brains, each manifesting a form of electricity. A normal being is one in whom these three correspond. Nature has developed the brain of the planetary body almost to perfection, though we have spoilt it, but has left it to us to develop the brain of the emotional and mental centres. As such, we are abnormal. Yes is of the mind, no is of the body, the reconciling is of the emotions. Body knows the how of things, mind knows the what of things. Emotion plus mind and body understands the why of things. Scientists are interested in how, not why. Any new invention, regardless of the harm it may do to humanity, is regarded as sacred by the masses. The modern superstition that knowledge is an end in itself is thus justified. An aphorism in the study house says, "Take the knowledge of the West and the understanding of the East, and then think." Knowledge without understanding is the root of all kinds of evil. Understanding and I are one. To be able to stand outside oneself. This is the original meaning of ecstasy. Eastern mystical poets used erotic love as a similitude. In the height of sexual love, they experienced a sense of being outside themselves, a non-identification, not, as among most people, what Gurdjieff calls palpitating self-oblivion. Nature will not help us to develop the second and third bodies. She has supplied us with the substances, and we, by the use of the method, can transmute these substances into material for the higher bodies. In the second descent, the story of engulfed Atlantis may be compared with the objective conscience, buried deeply within us, swallowed up in personality. Objective conscience is the function of a normal being. It is the representative of God in the essence. What is John the Baptist? It is objective conscience crying in the wilderness of the body, beheaded by external life. Beelzebub uses a superstition of the beings of this planet in order to carry out his aim. We, in this work, have to be on our guard even against teachers. The reason of ordinary man is so fantastic that teachers have to resort to tricks and even lies for a good end. Gurdjieff constantly plays tricks with us to compel us to use our reason. He's written an aphorism in the study house. If you have not a critical mind by nature, your staying here is useless. We assume that Jesus taught the gospel of love for our good. It might have been for our good if we could have understood it, and still can be if we learn to distinguish between the three main kinds of love, though there are 7 in all, and learn how to practice conscious love. And when we have disinterred the buried objective conscience, we shall have an infallible guide. Jesus, no doubt, was aware of the ultimate effects, according to the law of the deflection of the line of force, the law of the octave, of the deleterious effects of mechanical love, which, like anything unconscious, is evil. According to the Greek texts, Jesus himself used 2 different words when speaking of conscious and unconscious love. One of the chief purposes of a man is to develop from a substance called essence, a special kind of reason, objective reason, which will establish him as a permanent brain cell of all life. Man, by attaining to objective reason, can help to redeem creation. Nature, says Gurdjieff, needs these relatively liberated beings. As we develop consciousness, will and individuality, we take our place as one of the brain cells of the universe. The reason of ordinary man is the reason of knowledge. The reason of developed man is the reason of understanding. Instinctive reason we share with the animals, but have a higher type of it. Associative reason functions according to verbal associations. Of objective reason, at present, we know very little. Again, this can be developed only by the practice of being part dog duty. Objective reason is the opposite of mere intellectualism, mere philosophical speculation, which produce only monsters. Bernard Shaw once told me that when he was about the age of 25, he had a realisation of nature's purpose in this respect, the development of brains. But Shaw worked chiefly with his mental centre, and he has become a reformer, not a teacher. In the third descent, there is also a hit against the self-indulgence in sentimentality of the Hindus and modern English in their attitude to animals. The negative emotion of sentimentality masquerading as humanitarianism. What is the poppy seed that Beelzebub speaks about in the narrative of his 3rd flight to the planet Earth? What are its effects? Poppy seed made people invent values, made it impossible for them to see reality, prevented them from taking their own instincts and experience as a guide. Take the contemporary role of advertising and connect it with the number of things we do, things we obtain, things we desire, all of which yield us no being satisfaction. Add to this the craze for publicity. In the Mahabharata, there are many references to the endless desires of man for ephemeral things. However, many he obtains, there are always more clamouring to be satisfied. The useless wishes and desires of the organism are like the creeping buttercup, which, unless it is checked, will smother a mellow garden. The chewing of poppy seed begins in infancy, when we take our parents and nurses seriously. Most children are the foreordained victims of the salesman. It goes on through life. If someone tells me a tonic truth which shows me something about myself, my vanity and self-love are hurt. I resent it. If he tells me something flattering, though it may be bad for me, I am his friend for life. How many people regard public celebrities as great people? Celebrities who in private are vain, conceited and touchy. The masses worship dictators and regard as great men those who in reality are immersed in vanity, self-pride, self-love and egoism to the point of madness. We admire showmanship. H.G. Wells, for example, when young, read the books of C.H. Hinton, which were full of strange ideas. Hinton was a mathematician who put his ideas into the form of stories, scientific romances, but he was an indifferent writer. Wells was a good salesman, a showman. He developed some of Hinton's ideas in The Time Machine and other books and made a name and money for himself. Hinton remained obscure. Only in the form of myths and stories can people absorb truths. Gurdjieff's other book, on which he is now working, Stories of Remarkable Men He Had Met, are masterpieces of the short story in narrative form, stories containing fragments of truths. Apropos, Gurdjieff, when young, studied Indian philosophy and later read Madame Blavatsky's books, and in the course of his travels in India and Tibet discovered that 9 out of 10 of her references were not based on her personal knowledge. He said that it cost him several years of exploring to verify this. In Tibet, he was not a foreign agent. He got himself appointed collector of dues from the monasteries for the Dalai Lama, and in this role was able to go into any monastery. He discovered instances of abnormal development, high elevations, what are called magic powers, but he says that he found little apart from something in certain dances and ceremonies, which could be described as objective knowledge. Most of the powers developed by certain monks were diversions from the normal, interesting, but not useful for a method of self-development for people of the Western world, such as he had in mind. But the life of the Tibetan people was far less spoilt and nearer to a normal life than perhaps any on the planet as the present day. It has been less subject to the deteriorating influence of Western civilization on the one hand, and to the destructive influence of communism on the other, than any other country. But the time is not far distant when the sea of mud, as Gurdjieff calls it, of these two forces will engulf the life of the Tibetans as it is smothering the old life of the rest of the planet. During the journey to Tibet, Beelzebub relates how he and his companions had to make a ring of fire at night to keep away wild beasts. When we are in a state of self-remembering, we are safe from the attacks of negative emotions. When we are asleep, off our guard, at night they attack us. Buddha taught the method. He taught his disciples how to bear the displeasing manifestations of others, but gradually they went off the path and eventually reached the heights of intellectualism where life is not possible. In the West too, there are people who know with their minds everything about Buddhism, but understand nothing with their being. Buddha, like Pythagoras and Jesus, was a practical workman, not merely a talker. We must apply the chapter on apes to ourselves. We are a sort of ape, caricatures of normal beings. There are extreme cases, the speculative philosopher dealing in words and concepts, the priest dealing in symbols whose meaning he has forgotten, the financier who has forgotten the purpose of money and deals in it only as a commodity. They work with one centre. Consider also the volumes of writings on metaphysics, the intellectual centre trying to produce by itself. Intellectualism is mere words and produces no effect on the emotional centre. Beelzebub takes some apes to Mars to see if it is possible to make human beings out of them. Can we, apes, by working in the method, become human, normal human beings? In the course of our existence, as we grow up, essence, in which is hidden objective conscious, becomes submerged, and there remains only personality, in which the three centres become separated. It is possible to be highly developed in one centre, rudimentary in another, and atrophied in a third. Before birth, the embryo repeats physiologically the history of the species. After birth, according to Gurdjieff, we repeat the history of the planet. Two centres are split off. Objective conscience sinks, deserts appear, emotional deserts. The mental centre, which should be active, father, no longer seeks out the instinctive centre, which should be passive, mother. And so, instead of producing a reconciling result represented by a child, the emotional centre, the mental centre becomes, as it were, homosexual, titillation in place of breeding, words and words, mental masturbation. Apes are those whose activity is not according to objective reason. The yogi is another type, self-abstracted, occupied only with the mental processes. Not one of us here works with three centres simultaneously. We also deal too much in words. In this sense we are mechanical, hence sinners, coming short of the glory of God. Gurdjieff's tremendous power and being is the result of his living and working simultaneously in three centres. This is real work. At the Institute in Fontainebleau, we are shown how to work with three centres. The movements and the dances here in New York are a means to this end. In Egypt, Beelzebub put himself into a certain being state called Sort Partoknian contemplation, in which it was possible to read thought forms called Korkapiknanian thought tapes left by previous beings who had attained objective reason. But they can be read and understood only by those who have attained the necessary degree of objective reason, like Gurdjieff, for example. Certain others, like some of the saints and mystics, may read them, but only accidentally and partially, and they are never fully understood. Certain pathological types may get a bit here and a bit there and make a mishmash of it. This idea may throw light on phenomena like automatic writing, visions, revelations. When Mabel Collins produced Light on the Path by automatic writing, Madame Blavatsky said that it was a translation of a very rare book, unknown in the West. But the Theosophists did not have the method, and their teaching, lacking the discipline of the method, became thinned down to Professor Kishminev's famous chicken soup. In the being state called Sort Partoknian contemplation, Beelzebub learned about Belkutassi, founder of the Society of Alkadians. One day Belkutassi had a realization of a stupid blunder he had made, and instead of indulging in self-calming and putting it out of his mind, he began to review his past life seriously and impartially. As a result of his pondering, he found this incident no more stupid than other acts in his life, but, because more vivid, it seemed worse. How often have you and I done things so foolish and stupid that, if they'd been found out, would have ruined something precious? Belkutassi, reviewing his life impartially, discovered that there was no correspondence between what he had wished to do and what he had done. There was always a contradiction between his wishes and his theories and his actual doings. He concluded that he must be a special kind of fool, and that it was impossible that his friends and acquaintances should be as stupid as he, for they all seemed so well balanced. He then questioned his friends, confessing his folly and asking them to condemn him. His sincerity disarmed them, and they began to acknowledge that they also were leading equally senseless lives. They formed a research society for the purpose of investigating the meaning and aim of existence, and to seek a cure for the insanity of being in possession of three centres, each of which spoke a different language. They began as a small private group, not to confess their sins in orgies of emotion, but to be sincere in the group and to speak about their faults and weaknesses and to try to observe them impartially. They reviewed their past lives and their current behaviour and formulated the results for the group. Later they divided into 5 groups. Do you follow the meaning of this? Do you begin to understand how we must apply this to ourselves? One of these groups was concerned with mathematics in its broader sense. Gurdjieff says that life is based on mathematics. All great art, great music has mathematics at its base. Thoughts vary in weight and rapidity, feelings in intensity, muscular movements in stress. Can you observe and tell the difference between these weights, intensities, stresses? To do this would be introducing measure into psychology. Modern psychology is only physiology. Who can measure and weigh in himself and differentiate between two thoughts? For example, Gurdjieff says, time is the unique subjective. Contrast this with the volumes of Alexander on space, time and deity, etc. Alexander says, time is the father of space, and in this, so much is assumed as being understood. So much is fanciful and has nothing to do with me. Gurdjieff's phrase is so much weightier and at once makes a greater personal impact. In Indian philosophy, it is often said, time is I. This is similar to Gurdjieff's phrase, but of different weight. Emotion. Americans sometimes say, I am just crazy about it, where there is really only a small degree of interest. Those who have real emotions do not use superlative expressions for mediocre feelings. Those who have genuine emotions, even when speaking of an intense experience, will, if they can conceive of a more intense experience, continue to use the comparative. Can you distinguish between stresses? The difference, say, between 7 and 8 pounds weight. We must try to observe the manifestations resulting from our perceptions. We receive perceptions and manifest results. Another group investigated rates of vibration. How can we, by conscious labour and voluntary suffering, raise the rate of vibrations in our own organism? The fourth group studied physics and chemistry. They observed, among other things, changes produced in themselves by the passage of perceptions. The fifth group studied phenomena occurring within themselves as a result of the working of the three centres. When they had made a study of the phenomena included in the 5 categories, they discovered that something else was necessary, and they decided to send out delegates to try to discover more advanced students than themselves. They went to Africa. Africa, in this context, is a sort of cartoon of the organism. But where is the instinctive moving centre, the emotional, the mental centre? There is also here a description of the ancient Egyptian system and method of self-development, of self-perfectioning, and an explanation of Beelzebub's system. The one was admirably adapted to a people of that time, as Beelzebub's is to our own. Our emotional system is a climate, or a variety of climates. Can you chart the changing winds of your moods? Can you change from a low, damp, negative state to a bright, breezy day? The answer at present is no. While we remain as we are at the mercy of every person we meet, every event, every meal we eat. We are the sport of every wind that blows. The ancient Egyptian priests had a conscious aim. While teaching their students how to change the negative substances in themselves to positive, they were also making changes in the exterior life of Egypt by the use of examples of objective art. The Greeks called them master of dreams, not victims. The Sphinx, for example, is a copy of the original which existed in ancient Chaldea. In the original figure, 3 parts were connected. A 4th was insulated by amber. The Egyptian Sphinx connotated interrogation. Why? It had no wings, for essence, which stimulated aspiration, was missing. The flowering of Greek culture was an indirect product of the contact of the philosophers with Egyptian schools. As a beautiful ordered garden does not happen by accident, but comes about because of a kind of conscious love on the part of the garden, so does a flowering of real culture in any civilization come about by the work of a few conscious beings. Pythagoras, Socrates, Plato and Solon, among others, went to Egypt to study. If we ponder the sayings of Beelzebub and formulate them in our own terms, reason will have served one of its functions, to shorten the period needed for self-development, to provide us with a means shorter than arriving by trial and error through the senses. In the fifth descent, Beelzebub relates that he observed from Mars that the life of man was becoming shorter. He descended to Earth to investigate. In the then modern Babylon, degeneration of the psyche of man had begun. Previous to this, the conception of science in ancient Babylon was based on the development of the normal potentialities of man. It was taken for granted that one of the obligations of life was the development of the second and third centres, or bodies, just as ordinary education is taken for granted in our time. Life in ancient Babylon was organised for this, and art, literature and occupation were subordinate to it. But when intuition and potentialities waned, mechanical means took their place. The objective science was supplemented by the scientist of new format, who has no intuition but an amazing command of mechanical technique. Knowledge of all kinds was accumulated and understanding waned. The new scientist became engaged, as I have said, in anatomizing the corpse of the universe, became preoccupied with how, not why, seeing everything through part of the moving instinctive centre. As it was then, so it is now, but intensified. Man, who was a sword, became twisted into a mark of interrogation. Can we, in this life, develop our emotional and mental potentialities, become Platos or Hypatias, which in pre-Babylonian times were normal? In this decline, from intuition and understanding to rationalism, came the decline of religion and the invention of the maleficent idea of good and evil. What is our worldview? Is the cosmos the result of pure chance? Do I regard it as being governed by an all-wise and benevolent being? Do I depend on a kindly providence? Do I regard it as a penal settlement or a vale of tears? Or do I regard the world as a school to which I am sent to acquire a certain understanding, a kind of gymnasium in which I can develop my potentialities? We should try to set down for ourselves our conception of life. A first reading of parts of Beelzebub's tales must be painful for some of you. It is like Egyptian hieroglyphs. Scientifically it sounds absurd, yet constant reading lifts the dark curtain behind which nothing perceivable seems to move. In the fifth flight to the earth, Hamolinadi represents the highest form of ordinary reason, admitting that it knows nothing about after death. Incidentally, when I spoke about this chapter to Gurdjieff, he said that he was not a literary man, but that he has supplied material in Beelzebub from which poets and writers will make epics. It is absurd to attempt to arrive at a literal understanding of Beelzebub. It is a myth, and a myth is an allegorical monster to shock the mind, as an artistic symbol gives a shock to the imagination. Constant reading of the book seems sometimes to stupefy the mind, yet paradoxically it awakens the understanding. Hamolinadi read a paper on the instability of human reason. He was a first-class scientist who had been to all the schools, including Egypt. Like others, he assumed that the mind, like the hand, had been developed naturally by evolution in response to needs. But all his learning, study and training had not helped him to solve even one question that concerned everyone. What happens after death? He had written books on the subject which everyone admired. He admits that listening to the theories put forward by the other speakers, in one state of feeling he could agree that a man is only a body, in another state that he was only mind, and in another that man had an immortal soul which would go to its appointed place after death. And now he admits to his learned audience that he has had no personal experience of this question and that he understands nothing. And he invites anyone who has a method or a means to knowledge, which he has not tried, to tell him. No one speaks. Then, completely disillusioned, he goes out of the hall, sobbing, never to return. He retires to his farm to grow chogangari, a bean food. That is, he goes to an esoteric school where he may learn to work on himself. His state is ours. At this point, Orage told us that, as editor of the New Age, he had read everything in the East and West on religion, philosophy, psychology and science. He had read the Mahabharata through twice. He was the friend of artists, musicians, scientists, psychologists. He had met everyone in the intellectual world and was familiar with every theory, religious, scientific, theosophical, psychological, economic and political. And, in spite of all this, he realised that with all his knowledge he understood almost nothing about the meaning and aim of existence or what happens at death. When he met Gurdjieff, he knew at once that here was his teacher, and, at the age of 50, disillusioned with ordinary life, he gave up everything to go and work at the priory at Fontainebleau. Hamolinadir, he added, is a cartoon of the disillusioned modern thinker, whose reason is insufficient for objective conclusions. Verbal reasoning, Orage continued, is based on experience of words. Formal reasoning, reasoning by forms, in Gurdjieff's meaning, is based on experience through the senses. A man who had read about camels but never seen one could enter into a long discussion about camels, but what would his opinions be worth about one kind of camel or another compared with the man who had raised camels? In our society, both kinds of reason are necessary, since the existence of society depends on people keeping together, and this depends on communication by words, which, for this purpose, are symbols. They are like tokens, paper money, in relation to the gold reserve. This paper has a use but no value, or rather a symbolic value. Verbal reasoning, like paper currency, is greatly inflated. We ought to be very clear about the merits and defects of verbal reasoning, since so much of what is called education, lecturing, preaching and popular writings is based on this. It is not backed by actual experience. Verbal reasoning is the intellectual centre working alone. No one here has yet remarked that our tendency to over-verbalise is caused by inadequate action of the thinking centre in its own place. The thinking centre has energy for objective reason, and failing this proper use, the energy goes into verbalising. This energy is a form of sex energy, and our verbalisation is said to be due to the misuse of sex energy, which should go to the development of objective reason. Study the chapter on apes. We cannot understand objective reason in the light of subjective reason. Objective reason means coming to the end of subjective reason and then having a total different experience. Constant study and reading of Beelzebub can bring about a changed attitude in which we begin to understand and to reason on another plane. The end of subjective reason, as in the case of Hamolinadir, is complete despair. Fortunately, we have the method by the practice of which objective reason has an opportunity to develop. Emotions and ideas persist, as do physical objects, but objects disintegrate faster than ideas. What remains of the physical objects made, for example, by the early Jewish race? Nothing, yet their religious ideas still persist and are still vital, though we may not know how to use this vitality. The same with the ideas of the ancient Hindus preserved in the Mahabharata. What exists of the physical objects produced by these ancient Hindus? Nothing but fragments of buried cities. Yet the ideas in the Mahabharata will revitalise our literature hundreds of years hence. Verbal reasoning is dangerous because words are species, entities, a humanly created phenomenon capable of giving a sort of experience. Slogans like all power to the worker and liberty stir people's emotions, fill them with lively fantasies. When they do get their famous liberty, they immediately begin to take away power and liberty from those who do not agree with them. Speculative reason is of no value apart from its verbal discrimination. Gurdjieff rates it lower because it does not lead into either formal or objective reasoning. We ought to make constant efforts to acquire the ability to discriminate between vegetable, animal and human ideas, which are ideas on different planes. Ideas and emotions have their place on a scale. There are emotions which expand being and emotions which contract being. It is a question of rates of vibration. Vivifying ideas and emotions have high rates of vibration. Someone asked, what is the intellectual type? Is Hamlet an example? Orage, no. Hamlet is an introvert who can hear nothing. The centres are connected by a magnetic tie which, when disconnected, brings about sleep, thus giving the centres a chance to rest from sympathetic vibration. The magnetic tie between Hamlet's centres had been worn so thin that he approximated sleep most of the time. His real complaint was, why, when my intellectual centre is so stimulated, cannot I feel the horror of this incest and murder, and why cannot I act? Each time we make an effort to bring our attention back to ourselves, to what we are doing, to remember ourselves, the centres become connected. Laws of association have application to practical affairs, for instance, concerning weight of thought. If you follow the expression of a light thought with a heavier, the effect of the first is destroyed. A sufficient interval between them, however, would have left the first untouched. Again, you may catch a hearer in the wrong mood according to his centre of gravity. The art of psychology would consist in the understanding and use of these laws and of the laws of vibration. As has been said, a man should spend half or at least a third of his life in pondering. Halkdonis stands in relation to the assimilation of foods as pondering stands in relation to impressions. One of us said, a man must make an effort to resolve the struggle between affirmation and denial, or else the impression goes not to essence but just to his store of information. Orage, yes. In other words, pondering is the neutralising force of thought. Without this, the organism is left with only positive and negative deposits. Pondering is the weighing of ideas. Pondering should include clarity. Question. How is pondering different from meditation and contemplation? Orage. There are notes in the thinking scale of which Sol is concentration, La is meditation, and Si is contemplation. But each is still a process of thought in which the emotional may enter, and it must be present in pondering, which is motivated by the emotional centre, by the personal relation to the subject pondered. Pondering is essential thinking. If emotion were lacking, pondering would be only weighing. Pondering is established values by weighing, otherwise there is only clarity and logic. Question. How do you differentiate impulsive action from action due to pondering? Orage. What is weighed in pondering is inclination and disinclination as opposed to thinking, in which ideas and concepts are weighed. The contents of the emotional centre, likes and dislikes, are the units weighed in relation to the criterion of more or less being. Pondering is the assimilation of the third food. With the psalmist we can say, when I consider the heavens, the moon and the stars which thou hast ordained, I ask, what is man that thou art mindful of him, and the son of man that thou visiteth him? This is asking, after contemplation, what am I? The transfer of the note C of the thinking octave to Do of the pondering octave. Pondering is thinking with the emotional centre, its thinking subcentre, which is the seat of essence. This subcentre is said to be the most highly developed of the subcentres. Suppose that our states of being depends on our serviceability to the Creator, that our future being, our life, depends upon our creation of values contributing to the Creator's purpose. Not knowing the purpose, the meaning and aim of existence, these objective values are matter for pondering. On the supposition that we exist by the will of a being, the individual's question is whether he is producing the desired values. This question is not intellectual because my being depends on this understanding. In the book, distinction is constantly made between existence and being. Values according to likes and dislikes are infantile. Calculation according to the welfare of the planetary body is existence. The welfare or ill-fare of my being is contemporary with existence and, at the same time, is continuous. Pondering is an activity proper to being, that strain in the being which is related to continuous being. It can think, but I alone can ponder. A fine machine or body at the end of an existence may find being shrunk to almost nothing. When you consider that the Creator's being depends on the growth and development of the being of his creatures, you will see that he cannot be hostile to any effort that we make towards an expansion of being. A state of being is dynamic, moving towards fulfillment of itself. The subjective attitude towards this question is determined by pondering. It asks, what is my status, not just as a trog auto-egocratic machine, but in relation to the cosmos? It may be that when we come to the end of our planetary existence, we shall be asked, what is your state of being now compared to what it was when you entered this spell of existence? We might be compelled to endure another kind of planetary existence deserved by our degree of merit, perhaps one in the animal kingdom. Purposive thought is thinking with a purpose, with attention. This implies control. Not thinking just by association, control of the lower thinking centre by the higher thinking centre, of the formatory apparatus by I. The ordinary mind is constantly being diverted, stimulated by incoming impressions and the contents already there. The parable from the Gurdjieff point of view is a truth for at least two and usually three centres with interblended significance. Parables are the language, the speech of mythical figures who are conscious representations of fully developed beings. You know how we attribute more than verbal meaning to the words of relatively developed beings. Put more into them. For instance, there is the myth of Gurdjieff, who can't ask for something in dinner without some pupils thinking his request is parabolic, that he wants something else. In its octave form, the parable runs from allegory through the parable with an inclusion of its meanings until it reaches the oracle, capable of translation in 7 forms. In the parable, the facts of one plane are more to correspond with the facts of another plane. In general, Gurdjieff's book is a mythological parable. When he writes of the dispersion of races, he is writing of centres, though this is more a form of allegory. The miracles told of in the Bible obviously did not happen as they are related. Some of them may have been the manifestations of the laws of a higher cosmos in a lower one. Some stories of miracles are made so plausible that it is as if they had occurred. A genuine parable must be read for understanding. Its inner significance does not show on the surface and is not on the same plane as the gross narrative. The mind that is brought to the written text is the intellect, which is not capable of understanding. But the mind that ponders can understand. Meanings change so much that even terms in the gospel are meaningless to us. Bread, fish, the upper room, and so on are technical terms which we do not now recognise. Explicit meanings are of no value in the parable except insofar as they are in our current language, but the implicit meaning can always be arrived at. The question is, how can we find the key to a parable? What meaning would Gurdjieff's book have without the method? It isn't that some people who had never worked in a group would not get a great deal from the book, but that, without the practical experience of the method, the deeper meanings would not be found. What is the Bible without the keys? I suggest that the division between the Old and New Testaments has a parabolic value. The Old Testament is a triad, do, re, mi. Then there is the shock of the appearance of the universe incarnate, after which the narrative proceeds from the history of Jesus to the history of Christ, who was born in the interval. The Old Testament, then, should be a parabolic history of the development of man through the three lower centres, and the New Testament through the three higher centres, with, of course, correspondence between them. St. Paul translated some of the Old Testament stories into New Testament meaning, the story of Hagar, for example. Jesus referred to the old Adam and the new Adam. Promise means potentiality, and very few people in the Old Testament were said to have promise. The Old Testament is a historical parable, the New Testament a psychological parable. In the absence of a key, interpretations of much of Gurdjieff's book, as of the Bible, can be taken as nonsense. It is said in the New Testament that he who practices this method brings out of his treasury things both new and old. It increases one's inner mental resources, for one thing, and it should enable you to have greater resources of memory for use in the work. Question: is Einstein's theory a parable? Orage: no, it is a code, not a language. In the parable common terms are used. Question: what about Blake's prophetic books? Orage: they are elaborate allegory and poetic imagery. Question: how about Wagner's Ring? Orage: it is an allegory. Wagner started as an amoralist and couldn't keep it up. He became a Christian, increasingly sentimental and beautiful and weak. Swinburne is an infantile atheist, like Henley, bloody but unbowed. He is credible but not cosmic. In reading poetry, if you think what would be said or meant in prose, you get a double satisfaction. Music also has this double contact, but most music, like most poetry, is just bombast. If you reduce Wagner to prose, you find that it is almost impossible platitude. Bach and Palestrina have something to say, Beethoven occasionally. Unfortunately, we are in relation to music, as most children to poetry. If it sounds good, we think it is good. Question: haven't we a right to expect an intellectual analysis of music? Orage: this is just what the poet says when he has nothing to say in his poetry. In exactly the way I'm now asking for the reading of the content of music, apart from its sonorous form, we should be able to read parables, ignoring what they ostensibly say and getting back to the real prose meaning. A parable comes from an integrated statement. This is why we are not capable of writing them or true fairy tales, which have as their content a cosmic truth. A question was asked about the difference between mentation and being mentation. Orage: presumably, sometime, the term being mentation will be as commonly known and used as subjective and objective, which date no further back than Coleridge, who got them from the German, though they are Latin in origin. The two forms of mentation spoken about in the prologue of the book become the two dynamic rivers of the epilogue. Hussein says, "Things are a-thinking in me." The mind is always a-thinking, and if we take a hand in it and direct the thinking, it is active being mentation. It is the result of an experience digested and made part and parcel of our being. In being mentation, we are mentating with materials which, since they are part of experience, have an emotional element. Instead of dealing with words and their associations, which makes possible verbal logic, we have to use experiences and their associations, which make possible a being logic. Pondering, I associate more with the wane of associations. Active being mentation is used in such mantrams as, I wish to remember myself, when, with each word, you call up the most vivid experience connected with that word, and then you are in a state of wishing to remember yourself. Formal understanding by forms, is brought about by being mentation. Gurdjieff frequently suggests that the value of being mentation is in the activity of gathering up all experiences, whatever subject you touch on. In verbal reasoning, we substitute association for real experience. We cannot yet explore the character of objective truth and the character of the technique for attaining this. We have reached the conclusion that we have two forms of reasoning, formal and associative, and the distinction is made without reference to objective reason. It is not possible to develop objective reason so long as our centre of gravity remains in associative reasoning. We have to go from formal to objective. The material of the language of gesture, posture, tone of voice, facial expression and movement is the material of formal reasoning, and the Gurdjieff method is designed to shift the centre of gravity to formal and then to objective reasoning by making use of this material. I said, a constant reading of Beelzebub would in time bring one to this state. Orage said, yes, but if you work in the method at the same time, you should attain it very much quicker. No one can impart or explain to you the experience of objective reason. They can show you the way, but you must work for it. We should try to distinguish between sensing and feeling and thinking, the three main forms of states. People imagine they know the difference, but they constantly confuse sensing with feeling and feeling with thinking. Begin by making a list of emotional states. How many varieties of anger, for example, indignation, spleen, vexation, irritability, rage, fury, acrimony? A person in a state of self-remembering could observe and be aware of these various states without, perhaps, being able to define them in current terms. The Babylonian scientists of new format instituted word reasoning and put an end to the pursuit of being. They substituted verbal thought for trained intuition. We come into the world educable and become corrupted by words. Knowledge is no longer the outcome of being experience, but of crystallized concepts. There were two schools of morality in Babylon, the dualist or idealist and the materialist or atheist. The first assumed the existence in the world of two principles, good and evil. We find in ourselves the tendency to classify things thus, not only in relation to ourselves, but absolutely. It is natural for each species to classify things in relation to its needs or wants. This grass is good for me, says the horse. This brandy does me good, says the man, and this implies no judgment of the object itself. If I say this is good in itself, I am applying my personal judgment. This double use of the word good is the cause of most of our confusion, and this false attribution of personal values we call morality. Although Gurdjieff has said that there is objective evil in the universe, nothing that we ourselves know can be said to be universally good or bad. In spite of our knowing this, none of us can refrain from using the words good and evil and feeling that we have some claim to pass judgment. This is a result of an educational system which originated in the time of Babylon. Subjective morality came in when objective morality began to decay. The second school, the materialist, came to the conclusion that there was no psyche, no being, no soul. To the modern behaviourist, socialist and intellectual, man is only a kind of animal who takes in impressions and excretes behaviour. They are preoccupied with external behaviour, with subtle psychology. The Gurdjieff system agrees that man is a machine, but this system begins where behaviourism leaves off. Man has the possibility of becoming a living soul, capable of achieving objective reason. In Beelzebub, one of the implications is the conception of a normal human being. We cannot conceive a normal human being by taking the average of individuals. This distinction between average and human is very important. A normal man is defined in the book, but this needs to be pondered for a long time before it can be grasped. Gurdjieff often says, "What am I saying now? You will understand in a year's or 2 years or 10 years' time," although his statement is clear. In a normal world, a young man or woman at about the age of 21 would begin to find in himself, quite naturally, the development of that state of consciousness which we call self-consciousness in the real meaning of the term. He would become conscious of himself, aware of his body in the sense of being psychologically in possession of it, and it would happen normally, accompanied by devotion to certain interests. At about the age of 30, another phase would occur, in which he would become conscious of the world he lives in, of this planet and other planets, and his relation to them. This would vary with individuals, but the character of the phases would be the same. He would become, not as Gurdjieff says, a young man in quotation marks with a pleasing exterior and dubious interior, but a young man conscious of himself, aware of the purpose of life and his place and function in it. But on this planet, because of our abnormal life, the phases are more or less chaotic with many young people, and are accompanied by periods of frustration and despondency. Nothing goes as it ought logically to go. Beelzebub set himself the task of discovering why this should be so. As I've said, he reviewed the history of the planet, as it is useful for us to review the history of our individual lives, and he found that a catastrophe had befallen the Earth. It had been split, and 2 fragments had flown off into space, the Moon and Annulus. Each of us repeats in himself the splitting, but the consequences, though serious, are not fatal, since its endlessness gave us the possibility of turning this misfortune to our good. Our fallen state is due to the consequences of the results of the organ Kundabuffer. This organ is now vestigial, but the sociological tradition continues the consequences. As a condition of normal development, this tradition must be seen through. It is impossible to attain to inner harmonious self-development through sociological ideas, through a synthesis of the knowledge we have acquired. All this is useless in the absence of the development of essence, the biological germ. Here is the origin of the idea of being born again, not in the current religious or occult sense, but in a return to the biological state before we were subject to sociology. This is where Gurdjieff's method comes in, a practical method for self-sensing, self-remembering, self-observation, for inner development. Essence is truth about oneself in contrast to social and expected opinions of oneself. Essence is truth irrespective of time, place, and the feelings of anyone. It is what one would dare to avow if no consequences were to follow on a statement of the truth. It is truth before God. Personality is truth before men, before the world, conditioned by what will people think. It is necessary to know what you really wish. As you discover your real wish, external circumstances will change and become more like those you wish. Wild animals live according to essence. In this, man is inferior to the animals. Domestic animals have their essential impulses distorted. Sociology has distorted us. We were caught so young that it becomes almost impossible to discriminate between our native essential state and our sociological personality state. No civilized man can arrive at objective truth, and there is no possibility of inner individual development through ordinary sociological conditions. Society chooses what shall be actualized of our inherited essential potentialities. I inherit an instrument. I, as psyche, will develop according to my ability to exploit the possibilities of the instrument. But from early childhood, only a fraction of potentialities are actualized by the stimulus of environment, and, perhaps for my whole life, I am identified with that fraction. At the same time, every personality is in accordance with essence, though only a part of essence. If, so to speak, I am a piano on which only jazz is played, I go through my whole life thinking I am a jazz instrument. Or, if I become identified with the career of lawyer, for example, I exploit only a fraction of my potentialities. But it is possible to play one role as if you were identified with it, and yet not be it. Circumstances may force you to play one role throughout life, but so long as you are not identified with it, essence develops. In the ancient drama, the actors stood in the wings. On the stage the play was begun. Those in the wings were liable at any moment to be beckoned onto the stage, with no intimation of the role they might be called upon to play. A man living in essence can do seemingly contradictory things, but all are related to essence. To be able to live according to essence, we must also develop reason. Question: if we acted essentially, shouldn't we act inhumanly? Orage: not necessarily. A covered-up essence is not necessarily inhuman. Essences are often better than we think. There is not one of Gurdjieff's rules of objective morality that essence does not instinctively obey. For most people, the moon is a diabolical influence and, through the organ Kundabuffer, does something to free-centred essences. It is as if essence, arriving from the sun and planets, on reaching Earth, receives a chill. From one aspect, personality is the guardian of essence. It is said that one of the Medici, trained in a Platonic school, lived in a nunnery for 15 years and became an abbess. Then went back to court. She was able to play the role as long as her reason dictated it. If we had the means and the knowledge, we could trace hundreds of similar cases in Europe throughout the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Gurdjieff speaks of essence, wish, and personality, want. Since I have a free-centred essence, which is a miniature replica of the world, of God, in my essence I cannot but have the same wish as he has. I must discover what this essence wish is. There is a difference between subjective and objective conscience, and when you have experienced universal praise and must have realised that it means nothing to you in relation to your objective conscience, then you will begin to understand the difference. Gurdjieff lives from essence according to objective reason. But to a person in ordinary life, the behaviour of a conscious man and a charlatan is often indistinguishable. Hence the stories that arise about Gurdjieff and the animosity from hangers-on and some of the younger pupils. With the conscious man, behaviour is related to a conscious aim. With the charlatan, behaviour is unconscious. Will, consciousness and individuality. We must not flatter ourselves that we have the slightest idea what these mean. The nearest analogy for us at present is wish, or want, or desire, thought and personality. These determine for us the value of the abstract, unrealised, unexperienced terms. The difference between an ordinary wish, or desire, and will is the difference between a passive state in which an active force operates and an active state in which oneself operates. I myself do not originate the wish, it happens to me. Will is self-initiated. If, as Gurdjieff says, you take some small thing which you really wish to do and compel yourself to do it, you may then experience the beginning of a taste of real will. Every wish we experience can be regarded as a psychological entity, every impression a unit, playing the same role in our psyche as we individuals play in the life of the planet. Gurdjieff said that if a man could be anatomised psychologically, he would see myriads of beings, of wishes, thinking organisms. He would see his entire population. Personality is the sum total of our reflexes, physical, emotional, intellectual. Personality is a regent. Individuality is the ability to act, not react. It is presumed that there is a being who is capable of using the body. One of the objects of the method is to make real the distinctions which at present we can only make intellectually. Question: could we compare will, consciousness and individuality to God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Ghost? The Holy Ghost being the reconciling force, but now a duplex person with the Virgin Mary, which would make the Son the reconciler instead of the Holy Ghost. Orage: this is one of the disputes of the early Catholic Church. Beings, said Orage, only become individuals or individuums, indivisible, three in one and one in three centres having been developed, when active, passive and neutralising are in their normal order, a repetition of the original state of creation. Every wish of which we are conscious derives from one of our three centres, and for the other two centres it is an apparition, an interruption. When all three centres have the same wish, this is what we call will. Then a man can say, I wish, with his whole being. It is I amness. When all three centres are engaged in one wish, you are not aware of a wish, the whole being consents. Psychological suffering ceases, but effort continues, with often a feeling of disappointment because of the frustration of will. With increase of being comes increase of difficulties. At the same time comes an increase of strength. One of the aims of the Gurdjieff method is the attainment of a state of self-consciousness, which now we assume, without evidence, that we possess. Gurdjieff does not assume, as the mystical and occult methods do, that we are self-conscious. Man has lost his way, fallen into his present state of pathological waking consciousness, and unless he can recover the path, is doomed. This method is devised to help him. All our physical and psychological manifestations are interrelations of our organism and its environment devoid of will, that is, of the power to act on one's own initiative. So we have Gurdjieff's definition of a man. A man is a being who can do. From this it would follow that in general we do not know a man, but only men in quotation marks. If will-lessness is of the natural order, the question is, what kind of activity is necessary to develop will? It is difficult to convince ourselves to have a realisation of the fact that all psychic and psychological phenomena are of the same order as physiological phenomena. The process of thinking that is taking place in me now as I talk, and that of you subvocally while listening, are as devoid of will as the centre of touch in physical contact. There is no more will implied than there would be in dream figures going through these movements. We don't presume that the dream figure is initiating its own activity. Neither are we the initiators of the dream figures. They are not even puppets, for this would imply a puppeteer. Our state is that we are more or less dream figures on the painted veil that we call life. A pupil. But suffering is real. It depends on what kind of suffering. In a dream, suffering can seem very real indeed, and sometimes you can recall it for a long time afterwards. In life, although we may recall the occasion, suffering of a year ago can be forgotten. Nothing dries sooner than a tear. One of the purposes of the myth in the book is to explain the influence of the moon and Kundabuffer. It is not surprising that man has no will. It is surprising that he believes he has. This persuading of man that he has will against all the evidence, against scientific analysis, is one of the effects of Kundabuffer. One of the first results of self-remembering and self-observation would be to remove this illusion of will. At a certain stage in the practice of the method comes the conviction of will-lessness, the conviction of one's own inner nothingness and mechanicality, of the hopelessness of the expectation of anything real in ordinary life. This, in early Christianity, was called a conviction of sin, a realisation that one had missed the mark. This psychological experience was necessary before a being could attain will or salvation. Assuming that the realisation of will-lessness has been experienced, the question becomes one of whether it is possible to be born again and pass into real life, and by what means. And here on the threshold stands the word will. The question of will is said to be the mystery of mysteries. Real will, the force that creates, preserves and destroys the universe, is unintelligible to ordinary thinking. God, the Absolute, created the great universe by an act of conscious will, by overcoming inertia, inert matter. As we, in our small ways, develop real will, so shall we become like God, become sons of God. How do we begin? Again, I repeat Gurdjieff. Take some small thing you wish to do which you cannot now do, and compel yourself to do it. Whim is the beginning of will. Whim is a fly, will an elephant. St. Patrick's effort to change the course of human history, to civilise Ireland, is an example of elephantine will. It is assumed, of course, that you have studied the method. Every effort to remember yourself and to observe yourself impartially is an act, a small act towards the state of real will, the first step, in fact. At a later meeting, when good and evil were being discussed, Orage continually had to bring the pupils back to the point. He said, everyone hears questions and answers them from the centre of gravity in which he is at the moment. His interpretation depends on this only, on his subjective state. Essence takes the form of the being that at the moment is occupying the centre of gravity. It is animal, child or barbarian, and every second the psyche is changing form. And it is to such beings that doctrines are addressed. You can imagine how such a being transforms a doctrine, having heard it in one or another of the three centres. No wonder that Gurdjieff is always speaking about the strange psyche of these three-brained beings. The difficulties of a world teacher are tremendous. No wonder that it took a son of God, and his doctrine has apparently failed, to explain to men a few simple ethical doctrines. The beings on the planet Purgatory participate in the divine plan, but suffer because they know what they ought to do, but are as yet unable to do it. When will, consciousness and individuality are developed harmoniously and simultaneously, then, in the process, we are purged and may be released from purgatory. The development of these three at once is anti-yoga. Beelzebub tells Hussein that when the rate in one centre is too high, to cease activity in it and bring up the other two centres under order from the fourth centre, this is Iram Sam Keep. I keep myself in charge of the three centres. The Absolute, by definition, is the whole considered as one. The Absolute to which we refer is the whole of our world. This self-contained unitary Absolute presents two features, the status quo and movement, the static and dynamic features. These two presuppose a plan or design, necessitating the maintenance and development of the universe. This development can be called the plan of campaign, and the status quo is the army for carrying it out. The plan has, as its objective, the development of the potentialities of all the constituent beings of the total plan. The realisation of the plan is the attainment of objective reason, the fulfilment of the being of each being. The plan is to be carried out by all beings, conscious or unconscious, to the extent to which they remain beings at all, and not complete has no masses. A potentiality of beings is to be conscious of the plan and to develop the will to cooperate with it. The attainment of a state of conscious cooperation with the plan may be defined as good. Failure to attain this state may be defined as evil. The plan is discoverable, but in the absence of the discovery, all reports of its nature must be regarded as conventional or religious morality, subjective morality. Slavish obedience to subjective morality constitutes objective wrongdoing. The text of Gurdjieff's book claims that the principles of objective morality, as laid down, are derived from a prime source by a being who has had access to it. Each great religion, at its origin, has taught objective morality. A technique, a method, is given, designed to bring into consciousness objective conscience, so that a being can understand and cooperate in the divine plan. With understanding comes the responsibility of a being for his own development. At present, the only objectively right thing we can do is to practice the method, which has the effect of bringing objective conscience into consciousness. The psyche is that which is not body. It is coated with the body. It is an entity, incidentally coated planetarily. Physiology is the instrument of the psyche. Within the psyche there is possible the development of the three centres. Psyche is the instrument of I. The concept of psyche does not include the physical body. The true physical body is the etheric body. Gurdjieff refers to the other as the planetary body. The four bodies, planetary, physical, emotional, mental, signify tetracosmos beings. The planetary body is formed of planetary substances, the physical body of radiations from the planet. In the emotional centre there is a duality of substances, radiation from planets and emanation from the sun, which contribute to lower and higher emotions, symbolised in the cross. Every cosmos, including the tetrato, is a free-centred entity in which transformation of substances occurs. The Kasian body and the mental body are the higher bodies. Question: how do you define presence? What is the difference between presence and personality? Orage: Gurdjieff associated presence with what is immediately present in you. It includes potentiality insofar as potentiality has begun to give evidence of itself. Of a young tree, he said, young presence. It is both the accomplished fact and the process of accomplishment, mass plus energy. Concerning chief feature, one of the characteristics is that you assume you are what you essentially wish to be. A feeling of sociological guilt comes from subjective conscience, a consequence of subjective morality. Being shame comes from objective conscience, a realisation that one has failed to attain to what one should be. Unless we use our energies for normal psychic development, we literally become inferior to animals. The octave is the development of three primaries, the law of three. It is the spectrum. There are only three primaries: red, yellow, blue. If, as a simile, we take red as positive, blue as negative, yellow as neutralising, in man now red and blue are reversed. To a question about part dog duty, Orage said, "This is duty in three languages. It is conscious labour and voluntary suffering. From one aspect, it is an intellectual duty to strive to understand the meaning and aim of existence, an emotional duty to feel the weight of the maintenance of everything existing, and a physical duty to make the planetary body the servant of your aim. I have never been able to bring home to you the feeling of the debt that each of us bears for our having been incarnated. Everything that we call natural is the product of beings superior to us, provided at great cost that we could have experience. Existence, the participation in the experiences of incarnation, costs somebody something. To feel the obligation of this is to have an understanding of what is meant by paying for one's existence. Not to feel this is a sign of abnormality and an incapability of any conception of justice. We place an infinite value on life, and a long and a happy one, but first a long one. The obligation for our life is not one that should be felt, but that is felt by a normal human being. A pupil. Then we come to Hamlet's to be or not to be. Orage. Hamlet was not normal but mad. His was a typical case of will-lessness poisoned by German philosophy. Think we might all be tables or inferior animals, and as life is shaped, the number of pleasant experiences, generally speaking, is slightly in excess of the unpleasant ones. Duty is defined by the Buddhists as that which must be done without expectation of merit, but which must be done if we are to earn merit. The beginning of adulthood is the wish to separate I from it. An adult is one who is striving to make this separation, to separate the self from the self. The adult may not be fully conscious of this separation, but the presence of this wish indicates an entering into the state of spiritual adulthood. Without I, no consciousness. People who have had moments of self-consciousness know the difference between these and waking consciousness. Cosmic consciousness is still different. It is not possible to describe it, so no records of it exist. Buck's cosmic consciousness describes only self-consciousness. Ouspensky related that he had become convinced that he was not self-conscious when Gurdjieff asked him where he got the grease spots on his vest, and he could not remember. The difference between a thought and consciousness is that thought is a succession of images, a train or a sequence. Consciousness is a simultaneous awareness of the contents of the mind and, of course, of the feelings and sensations. Presentation of a way of development is difficult because the conceptions are not familiar, axiomatic or associative. Gurdjieff gets over this difficulty by writing parabolically. Direct exposition fails because of wrong association with psychological data. Radiation disperses by its own force. Emanation undergoes no diminution. A question was asked about organic shame and the loss of it with special reference to women. Orage said, I have heard Gurdjieff refer equally to its loss in men. In fact, in one chapter he has the passages in which he acquits women in America of the state into which they have fallen. For this decline started in men, and the women only make manifest the degree to which organic shame is lost in men. You know that the word Jehovah or Yahweh is made up of Yod and Evo, Adam and Eve. The Jewish religion is regarded by objective esotericism as degraded because it has dropped the responsibility for evil from Yod and put it on Evo. These men who shift the responsibility slip in from their active part to the passive are men of Yod. The Sufis say that the Jews had the truth given them, objective knowledge, but they forsook it, and, in consequence, they have been punished and dispersed. Organic shame is not of an organ, but of the organism, which regards abnormality with fear. Only a normal organism feeds this. To a question asked about appealing directly to objective conscience, Orage said, This cannot be appealed to directly. Ashiata Shaimash appealed indirectly. Curiosity for a good aim, as Gurdjieff says, is a pure motive for studying the method of self-observation, because it does not colour it. In this respect we are like Saul, who set out to find asses and attained a kingdom. The method provides a means of discovering and having a realisation of one's abnormality. This inspires a wish to change, which is organic shame. This is connected with the holy Aiaiaiua, the aspiration of lower vibrations to share the experience of higher vibrations. It is that which we feel in the presence of a superior being, not a superior social item, a wish to be such. This is hero worship, the hero being objectively superior. Our mechanical reaction to people is one of the signs of our civility. One of the psychological exercises within your control is the constant striving to be aware of negative emotions. During these past months, many of you have been going through an intense period of negative emotion. At the same time, you had in your hands the antidote, so to say. But we are all so in love with our mechanical suffering, so lazy, so much inertia, that we would rather suffer mechanically, passively, than make the efforts to practice a little voluntary suffering. Regarding conscious labour, we can take Ashiata Shimash. He began to ponder, by a whim as it were. He pondered all preceding teachings and eventually established a critique and a new technique. It was self-discovered. He found what his aim in life was through his own efforts, and he set to work to devise the most efficient means for putting it into effect. This was conscious labour. The Gurdjieff system defines an aim for every individual, which is the attainment of self-consciousness and a measure of objective reason. The idea is ultimately to be able to relate every action to purposive conduct, which alone can give meaning to an otherwise mechanical life. Real pride begins with the work of I. It is the being satisfaction of having made effort. Ashiata Shimash began to question his own competence to formulate a method for saving the beings of the planet Earth from further degeneration. After much work on himself, after much pondering and having come to a realisation that he himself had been subjectively determined, he was able to see through the coatings of his education and, having achieved a state of objectivity and impartiality, he began to formulate his mission. He left a document for a line of initiates, of whom today in Central Asia a few remain. Remember that in Beelzebub's tales, everything has 3 meanings and 7 aspects. Ashiata Shimash wrote, "The terror of the situation." At this point, Orage said that he wished we had the music with us in New York that Gurdjieff had composed to accompany the reading of this chapter, since in it the ideas are realised emotionally as in the book they are realised intellectually. He continued, Ashiata Shimash began with a prayer. That is, he put himself into a definite emotional attitude as precise as a physical attitude of posture. He consciously arranged his emotions, put himself into a state of I amness. I is always. I am father, son, yesterday, tomorrow. With us, I manifests periodically, accidentally at first. Ashiata Shimash freed himself from all associations and was able to be impartial. He surveyed the results of the religions that had been founded on faith, hope and love, and saw that beings had no longer the possibility of being affected by them, and that it was no longer possible to appeal to their ordinary reason. It is useless to preach sanity to madmen. He questioned all our emotions as well as our ideas, and reached the conclusion that there still remained, buried in essence, something that is not acquired but is our own and has not been corrupted, objective conscience. He chose 36 beings from monasteries, that is, individual, independent thinkers, capable of thinking against current sociological trends, trends of their own organism and of the exterior world around them. Every independent thinker lives in a monastery. Ashiata Shimash taught the 36 the method, so that they were able to speak from their own experience, not from books, and were able to help a number of others to do the same. For a long period his organisation flourished, his ideas being handed on by initiates. Eventually it was destroyed by Lentrohamsanin. This name is made up, by the way, from some names well known today. In each of us there is a Lentrohamsanin. As I've already said, in this work too, there will come a time when certain people, with a knowledge of the Gurdjieff system, but without the necessary understanding, will use the ideas for their own subjective purposes. They will distort and change them, deluding themselves that they are on the path. But always there will remain a nucleus of those who really understand and who will keep the method and the system as Gurdjieff has taught it. In our time, all appeals to faith, hope and love have a tone of sentimentality and arouse a certain revulsion. Intellectually, we are on guard against them. But we are equally civilised with the Babylonians of their period and equally corrupt, demanding intellectual proof. With regard to the appeal to ordinary reason, we have, as an example, Buddha, acknowledged among the Hindus as the world's greatest dialectician, subtle reasoner and logician, who was so misunderstood by the second or third generation of his followers that already they began to misinterpret him. Ashiata Shirmash realised that teachers who had been before him, who had appealed to faith, hope and love, had failed, as also those who came after him, who appealed to the same, would fail. And he proposed to appeal to something that we have not yet rationalised, and of which few, unless in desperate circumstances, would have had an experience. Why is a dog always a dog? Why does it behave like a dog? Why does it not behave, as we would say, reasonably? It behaves as it does because it is obliged to be what it is, whatever the outcome. It is indifferent to whether it is rising or falling in the scale, to whether it is multiplying or becoming extinct. It is innocent, essential. Mineral, vegetable, animal obey the law of their species. All bow their head under the yoke which God in his wisdom imposes, Attar. For them there is no evil in our meaning of the word, no need of psychological effort. Their species is fixed. Man is fixed externally, but psychologically has in him every species. He can be, on occasion, a mouse, a dog, a lion. Observe yourself and your friends. Man is the note C in the octave. This note is precarious. It is a state of responsibility, an octave in which man can go either up the scale or down. Can the effort be made by which he will ascend into the next higher octave? This is the terror of the situation. For if the effort is not made, man may go down and may degenerate, like the ants and the bees. Ashiata Shirmash introduces the idea of God, a determinant that man should develop his potentialities in a higher direction. The species below man does not need this. Man is the first biological species to occupy this crucial point in the octave, and his cosmic function is to cooperate in the plan imposed on the universe by the Creator, the evolution of this same universe. Ashiata Shirmash taught a method, the method by which man could become a normal man, a son, instead of existing, as he does now, as a mere machine for the transforming of substances. Part of the scheme required that at a certain point there should appear a number of self-conscious agents, not mere servants, who would cooperate in carrying out this arbitrary plan. Ashiata Shirmash proposed to bring consciousness into being and to build upon it. The diagnosis of man in his psychic condition is that as a race he is suffering, in varying degrees, from split personality. For example, it is impossible to remind a man of his normal condition who is drunk, or under the influence of a drug, or that of a strong emotion such as being in love or in hate. It is the aim and purpose of all real teachers to remind man of his normal state, a state of which the average person has at times at least a momentary waking realisation, a moment of partial recollection of a state of real consciousness. There is the Hindu story of the child in the womb who sang, "Let me remember who I am," and his first cry after birth was, "Oh, I've forgotten." This idea is familiar to followers of the Christian religion in the story of the prodigal son, based on the older Gnostic hymn of the robe of glory, which, like other stories, we regard as happening in biblical times. We do not apply it to ourselves, or we see it in the light of subjective morality. Ashiata Shirmash taught his pupils a method by which they could wake up to the fact that they were living in the far country of the prodigal son, the planetary body, and by which, in time, they could cease to be identified with its innumerable wants and desires and return to their real selves. The method was that which we call the technique of self-sensing, self-remembering, self-observing. It is being part dog duty, a method so simple yet at the same time so difficult. Why? Because the whole of life, together with things in ourselves, is in a conspiracy to make us forget, to keep us in a state of sleep. It is dangerous too for a person even to attempt to use the method from a verbal description, let alone from any kind of writing, yet you will find it recorded in every great teaching. If we recall the original group which founded the Knights Templars, or the Order of Chivalry, when great nobles regarded it as a privilege to be allowed to work in the kitchen, or the unknown group of men who, with simple tools and instruments, built on an island in a swamp in a remote part of England the miracle of Ely Cathedral, we shall have something comparable to Ashiata Shirmash's group. The founders of these groups had, in a high degree, real will, real consciousness, real individuality, the triangle in the Enneagram, against the flowing down the scale of the law of the octave. In C.H. Hinton's Scientific Romances, a character speaks of walking down a street in Greenwich Village, New York, and seeing a plate on a door, John Smith, unlearner. Smith's profession was to help people unlearn the rubbish they had accumulated through education. We have to unlearn and be re-educated. Ashiata Shirmash taught that a man should have a sense of obligation to discharge the service for which he was created, and that he would evolve only to the degree to which he carried out this obligation. In doing so, he would have to give up all sorts of things which he had deemed necessary to a good life: points of view, external power, knowledge, self-love, false pride, egoism, which, besides the love of money and sex, are the real lusts of the flesh. Lentro Hamzanin's critique was that of a good philosopher, but a pure rationalist. Objective reason without objective conscience. His view was that if a man was created for service, he was therefore a slave. Plausibly and craftily, he proposed to repudiate this service and attain to absolute freedom. He considered it possible to attain this without making the effort entailed in conscious labour and voluntary suffering. In one sense, Lentro Hamzanin was the forerunner of our spiritual ancestors, the Greeks and the Romans, who are regarded by us as the beginning of civilization, anything before them being barbarous and barbaric. But Gurdjieff says that the ancient Babylonian civilization was far superior to the Greek, which latter descends, not from Ashiata Shirmash, but from Lentro Hamzanin, the rationalist with no higher emotional urge. In each of us, Lentro Hamzanin tries to undo the work of Ashiata Shirmash, an unconscious force working against a conscious force. In this work, the work that we are engaged in, some people in whom knowledge has outstripped understanding may not be able to endure the suffering which follows, the sense of guilt, remorse, self-reproach, the despair at feeling that they are unable to do anything about themselves. This is the dark night of the soul. Some may go off at a tangent, looking for an easier way, the way of a philosophical school, for example, or an Eastern cult unsuited to the Western psyche, or they may become Lentro Hamzanins and, with the best of all egotistical motives, actually become opposed to the work. This work is a strong positive, and as Gurdjieff says, a strong positive provokes a strong negative. Lentro Hamzanin is the personification in us of the unwillingness to bear the suffering that is necessary to obtain objective conscience, parallel with the attaining of objective reason. God has a plan. In this plan, human beings are involved, and part of the plan consists in giving to the elect the opportunity of working for themselves at the same time as for him. It is a very high and great plan, and the degree of suffering is the degree of importance attached to the plan. Who are the elect? Everyone who is willing to pay the price of conscious labour and voluntary suffering, not the elect of John Calvin, predetermined from the foundation of the world. Letro Hamzanin chose to work on these simple-minded folk of good feeling who had not obtained objective reason, the dissatisfied who were beginning to think that there was no hope of attaining to objective reason in proportion to the suffering. In place of the great aim, he taught that the chief thing in life was the pursuit of happiness, and happiness consisted in not being obliged to make constant and unflagging effort. In certain moods we may find ourselves ready to agree. Letro Hamzanin appealed to two characteristics in man, the desire to get something for nothing and the idea of freedom, or liberty to attain happiness in the future. He was not a monster or a conscious traitor, he only thought he knew best. He left out of account the higher emotional element. In a state of higher emotion, a man cannot do evil. Objective conscience is awake. He is in a state of self-remembering, self-recollection. In our ordinary reason, there is already enough to defeat Buddha, Jesus Christ, and Ashiata Shirmash. Letro Hamzanin's weakness was that he had no urge to understand why, but was satisfied with the knowledge of how. Gurdjieff says that why is for what is not known, yet at the same time exists. As I have said, from the two streams possible to us, Ashiata Shirmash and Letro Hamzanin, we inherited the latter, the Greek and Roman. Yet in Greece there existed true esoteric groups, which were responsible for the flowering of her culture. Socrates was a member of one. Aristophanes was a sort of Letro Hamzanin of his time. He never understood Socrates. Ashiata Shirmash's followers, when his teaching became submerged in the flood of Letro Hamzanin's rationalistic philosophy, withdrew into small groups. These small groups exist in ourselves. All popular explanations of life are now based on the personal. The objective has been swallowed up in egoism. We cannot formulate any philosophy except from the point of view of personal interest. Nietzsche said, "I no longer ask of a philosopher, is it true, but what was the interest for the philosopher?" Without the higher emotions, all philosophy becomes a matter for the head, with a view to personal welfare, subjectively coloured and egotistically determined, like our degenerate reason. Without higher emotional understanding, ordinary man has the idea that the universe just happened, and that therefore life on our planet, including the human, is to be exploited, or that God had no useful purpose in creating the world, and that he has no use for us, or that he created it just for us, that he loves human beings and only wants them to be happy, and if they will not be good and happy and do as he wants, he will be angry and punish them. This is one of our more childish attitudes, that our chief purpose is to be happy, and that the path to happiness is to make others happy. This is Schopenhauer's attitude. Another variation is that only individual happiness counts, the subjective error into which Nietzsche fell, that mankind exists for the purpose of producing a few supermen. Still another variation is that of the pathological communist socialist. What matters my happiness now and those around me so long as there is progress and happiness for others in the future? And the modern scientist inventing more and more processes for the benefit of generations to come. The disease of tomorrow. Objective reason is not attained by any subjective egotistical emotions or personal anguish. Objective conscience is also necessary. Gurdjieff's cosmology may seem ridiculous to the ordinary mind, but in comparison with the infantile concepts implicit in our general subjective point of view, it is manly and intelligent. Ashiata Shirmash says, there is a method by which we can arrive now at an understanding of what is. Lentro Hamzanen says, there is a means by which we can accommodate ourselves to what is, without understanding it. The Greeks were responsible for the corruption of human reason, the Romans for the corruption of organic conscience. Beelzebub, during his sixth and last descent to the planet Earth, sets out to investigate the causes of the shortening of man's existence. Recent statistics in the West show a lengthening of people's physical existence. In this parable, Beelzebub is concerned with making us wake up to the fact that man's free-centred existence is becoming shorter. If we study the modes of existence in the Western world, it is fairly obvious that the essential life of man has suffered a considerable and rapid diminution during the last 200 or 300 years, and this is still going on. One of the causes is that after the age of 25 or 30, people cease to think originally. They think mechanically in the same old way. And at 40, most people cease to have any originality of feeling, but continue as vegetating animals, repeating and repeating, 2/3 dead. What is the cause of this premature death? It lies partly in education, in the failure to develop objective conscience, and to the absence of objective morality. In a normal society possessing a normal education, its members would find themselves arriving at a development of the two higher bodies in the direction of objective reason. For objective conscience, will, consciousness and individuality, we substitute philosophy, psychoanalysis, science, art, literature, religious sects, sport, health and so on. We are like Amundsen in his airship over the North Pole, whose compass pointed in all directions and nowhere in particular. None of us had any clear interior sense of the direction of life. We are in space, yet compelled to move, and the only direction we can move in is that agreed upon by those around us, hence the confidence in sociological conventions, morals and ideals. A pragmatic agreement. The subjective criteria is either idiosyncratic and rebellious or conventional. Objectively, there is not a pin to choose between them. Both are subjective. So we fall into various sophistries. For example, the criterion of value is adaptation, evolution. Jung's school is based on, are we adapted? If so, we must be right. This is the posture of maximum comfort, the armchair in the water closet that Beelzebub writes about, substituting means for ends. If one does not have a conscious aim, a conscious end in view, one will overvalue the means. For example, the end of philosophy is truth, but the end is lost sight of and we succumb to brilliance of process, epigram, rhetoric, subtle reasoning. We worship the means. The same with the idea of justice. The true idea of justice is impartiality according to rules which apply to all. But we have become legalists, pursuing legal forms and legality instead of psychic logica. And sex. From an objective point of view, the purpose of sex is twofold, procreation and self-creation. The procreation of planetary bodies and the creation in ourselves of the body Kejjan and the mental body. Thanks to the Romans, we find ourselves using sex objectlessly, substituting the pursuit of pleasure derived from the sexual process for the real satisfaction derived from its use as an end. Or, under the influence of organised Puritan religion, we deny sex, regard it as an evil, as the great sin. People then indulge in sexual fantasies. Why the enormous amount of thought in the West directed to the study of the results of the misuse or non-use or misdirection of sex energy? Sex problems do not arise in the East except where people have been influenced by Western Puritanism. With the rest of organic life, we have a right to the pleasure derived from sexual union. But as human beings, we must use the force, or part of it, for a conscious aim. And when sex energy is not so used, it becomes diverted to purposes much more harmful than what we call abnormalities. Our objective inheritance is that we should know why we are born, know it early in life, and be trained to carry out our functions. Animals and vegetables in their natural state do this. Plants produce seeds and, although there may be frustrations which delay, they do not divert the function. The vegetable world has great powers of adaptability for overcoming obstacles. Free-centred beings have free brains for the development of the germ of objective conscience, but education and environment from birth press down and bury this gem. Like Izu, we give up our birthright for the mess of pottage of ordinary life. This is the meaning of the story. We have no inherent natural criterion, so we perforce accept the criterion of those around us. The difficulty is increased by the fact that we have no accurate knowledge of the planet, of its geology and races. We have only speculations by scientists, geologists, archaeologists, ethnologists, and one generation or one school will dispute or disprove to their own satisfaction the findings of another. Can anyone recall preceding civilizations, their rise and fall, their culture, art and philosophy, and call himself their heir? There are only rumours about them. There is no continuity of knowledge. Gurdjieff says that there has existed from Atlantean times a chain of esoteric schools, custodians of secret knowledge, which from time to time is interpreted and taught by teachers who are sent out from these schools. All the great messengers from above have spoken of this. Krishna, Moses, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad. There have also been many lesser messengers and teachers. The chapter on art is a description of the means devised by a small group of conscious men for the handing on of objective knowledge. Not for a generation or two, but for 1,000 years or more. What we call art, ordinary subjective art, is as natural to man as building nests is to birds. An artist should not be a special kind of man, but every man should be a special kind of artist, and he was, comparatively, even within living memory. Consider the peasant art of Europe, including Russia, and that which existed even in England until the coming of industrialism and the spread of education. The English countryside with its villages, cottages and gardens, its farmhouses were considered to be the most beautiful in Europe, a fruit of the inherent sense of beauty and proportion of the English yeomen, craftsmen and labourers. With the fall of man into the age of progress, this began to disappear under the rash of red brick of the speculative builders and manufacturers. In Russia, peasant art, folk customs and dances, religious ceremonies, the organic life of Russia have been killed by communism. The old capitalism, the destroyer of the organic life of the West, and the new communism, the destroyer of the organic life of the East, are symptoms of the inner degeneration of the psyche of man. Gurdjieff says that degeneration, deterioration and decay of civilization on a world scale has happened more than once, and the degeneration and decay of individual races and nations is too obvious even for us to be unaware of it. In the Mahabharata, there are references to this gradual degeneration, of which we are in the last stages, the Kali Yoga. Beelzebub relates that the adherents of legomanism used the principles of cosmic law which they understood, and they introduced innovations, lawful inexactitudes, into various forms of art. They rejected literature, not only because of the perishability of papyrus or paper, but because literature is the most subjective of all the arts. It depends on languages which change and die. Everyone can appreciate the ancient works of art in Britain, like the Burghead Ball, Stonehenge, certain of the white horses on the Downs, Celtic ornaments and pottery, prehistoric. But what do we know about the people who produced them? Nothing. And because these ancient people committed nothing to writing, popular educators in England are convinced that civilization began in Britain with the Romans. How many people can even read Anglo-Saxon, our language of yesterday? Another thing, literature is the shape of shadows. Novels are the daydreams of writers. Minor art is concerned with self-expression. Major art is an effort at conveying certain ideas for the benefit of the beholder, not necessarily for the advantage of the artist. In speaking of ordinary subjective art, we say that a perfect work of art completely satisfies our sense of harmony, every part of our sensory, emotional and intellectual being. From Gurdjieff's point of view, from the point of view of one aspect of his aim, to wake us out of sleep, the said satisfaction of harmony, which is not real tranquillity but a form of higher sleep, is the last thing to be desired. Aesthetic contemplation is sublime sleep. Consciousness is in abeyance. The object of the adherents of Leguminism were to cause people to remember. They introduced lawful inexactitudes into works of art of all kinds so that people would ask, why is it so? This idea was found in the ancient Zen Buddhist schools, which were responsible for the flowering of great Japanese art. Among the traditions which grew out of it was that in a perfect work of art, something should be left unfinished. Gurdjieff relates that during his travels in Central Asia, he and his companions came across a figure, an enormous image in the desert. At first they thought it was no more than a relic. They camped beside it. Something about it raised their curiosity, and they began to study it. As time went on, it seemed to be teaching them something, not through their minds, but their feelings and senses. It was an objective work of art. No one says of Greek art, "This is strange, what does it mean?" It satisfies completely. It evokes no inner curiosity. But when we look at certain Egyptian frescoes, we have a feeling of something strange and wonderful, and the Egyptian artist had the technique of the Greek and was not inferior as a craftsman. The strangeness of the work results from the artist's wish to disturb the beholders, not just to please. Even in Greek art, at one period, there were, it seems, objective works of art. There is the legend of the statue of Zeus at Olympia, which produced upon everyone a definite and identical impression. Leonardo da Vinci, studying ancient works of art, pre-Greek, asked, why, with such mastery, did these ancient artists make such and such juxtapositions? And he, according to Gurdjieff, came near to finding out. The same principles, based on cosmic laws, were used in music. Some of Gurdjieff's dances are examples of objective art, the music also. Those who understand the laws of vibration can compose music in which there are 3 separate sets of vibrations, having different effects upon the respective centres, consciously composed to induce in the hearers a striving, a wish to be. It is as if one were reduced to a state in which one is compelled to remember oneself in order to free oneself from the pangs of aesthetic misery. They also introduced lawful inaptitudes into the religious and social ceremonies, and these were understood by the founders, not necessarily the fathers, of the early Christian church. Gurdjieff says that the Christian religion in its early days was perhaps the best of all forms of organised religion so far invented, that the founders of what became the Catholic Church, who introduced the ritual and liturgy, understood the principles of the effect on the senses and the emotions, of colours through stained glass, of the music, of the pressure of the volume of air, of the lines and form of the architecture. They understood and used all this for the good of the worshippers. The effects were consciously and mathematically calculated. The shrill ringing of the bell in the Mass, for example, was introduced from a ceremony in ancient Babylonian times to break a ritual which otherwise might become soporific, and to arouse the question, why? The tolling of the Angelus, making the sign of the cross, were reminders to the monks to remember themselves. The tolling of the Bahasim bell, a reminder that we are all mortal. Echoes of similar effects were to be found in religious processions and even in the coronation of kings and queens. In architecture, we have examples of objective art in Chartres and Notre Dame and the Taj Mahal, which is a product of a Sufi esoteric school. Examples of objective painting may be found in some 14th and 15th century Persian paintings. There is an agreeable disharmony caused by using continuous colours in a non-natural way. When the eye perceives a colour, the complementary colour following the law of the spectrum is naturally expected by the eye and is formed on the retina. The Babylonians, understanding the expectation of the eye, put in an unexpected colour which, though disturbing, was pleasing, but it required a conscious adjustment. When this is done unconsciously or for effect, the result is often anything but pleasing. Quite simple people feel this. They say, those colours don't blend. The dances, movements and rhythms of the adherents of legomanism were of two kinds, religious and social. They introduced certain movements, non-natural, which affected the dancers in a certain way, so that the dance or movement become an invocation to a higher centre in the dancer himself. The movements, if performed correctly, produced a certain psychological state. Disturbing, contrary states were aroused. In addition, the dances were scripts, a kind of book, in which the spectator could be reminded of such things. The dances were designed also to produce in the spectator a wish to remember himself, a state of remorse of conscience. In this connection, many of Gurdjieff's dances are objective works of art. He did not invent all the movements. He saw many of them and studied the principles in temples in Central Asia. But, understanding the laws of 3 and 7, discovering the ancient objective art of dancing, he based his movements and dances on this conscious art and adapted them to the Western world. Incidentally, his school of dancing will be a source of inspiration for generations to come. Gurdjieff says, "You may judge a country by its dances. Countries everywhere are giving up their old, good folk dances for empty American jazz. Moronic crooning is taking the place of folk song. It is an example of the corrupting influence of bad customs. Because it is new, it must, to the illiterate and semi-educated, be good. No discrimination." In America, a form of religious dancing exists among the Hopi Indians. The snake dance is an invocation. But of what? They have forgotten. In Central Africa, the rhythm of the drums has an extraordinary effect on the instinctive and emotional centres, and so in India. But whereas the rhythms of the Negroes are involving rhythms, the Hindu rhythms are not. The rhythms of the Negro race, like its art, are not the beginnings of a culture of a primitive people, but the faint remains of a once great civilization. Among the Hindus and the Sufis are to be found evolving rhythms. Gurdjieff's dances are in this category. The adherents of legomanism, understanding that dancing is an instinctive need of people and would always exist, introduced into popular dances and folk dances certain bits of objective art. So we find among primitive people in Central Europe, for example, folk dances which make a strong appeal even to English and Americans. Among the fertility dances, which grew out of religious dances, may be found fragments of real knowledge. The same with fairy tales. Again, the Saturnalia in its original form was a religious ceremony consisting of dances and ritual. The ancients understood that at certain times of the year, sacrifices of animals on an enormous scale were necessary. At other times, release of human energy, instinctive, emotional and sexual on a large scale was necessary. Nature demanded it. The ceremonies were consciously organised and controlled, and the customs were found all over the world. Captain Cook discovered that in islands of the South Seas, at certain times of the year, dances were held which ended in mass copulation. The reason for it was forgotten. In England, up to the time of the reign of the Puritans, every year an abbot of misrule was appointed, and in London a lord of misrule was elected from the apprentices, and a whole day was given to jollification and dancing in the streets, and masters acted as servants. When the ancient customs degenerated, nature was compelled to find other ways, hence the waves of mass hysteria, mass psychosis, crime, bigger wars and revolutions. Dancing played an important part in early Christian religion. Jesus is said to have led his disciples in a ritual dance. The adherents of Legaminism based their sculpture on the law of seven, on mathematics. Lawful inaptitudes were introduced to that. He who looked at the sculpture would ponder, would wonder why. The Sphinx and the Assyrian bull with 5 legs are examples. The section on drama presupposes a knowledge of and control of the body. I have a body composed of instincts, feelings, wandering thoughts. I wish to learn to use it. I wish not always to let it do as it wants. Before we control the body, we must have an I. The method provides a technique for the achieving of the I. Then I can manipulate the body with its 3 centres for my aim. This includes my relations with other people, but this again presupposes a knowledge of types of people, of which there are 27. Esoteric schools, not occult or schools of magic, use the drama as exercises for behaviour in life and for putting plays on the stage of life, as we now put plays on the stage of the theatre, the mystery and the miracle plays, at one time performed in cathedrals and churches, are echoes of these. Those who understand the principles and laws of objective art understand also the nature of man, his psyche, how his 3 centres almost never work together harmoniously and simultaneously, but vary according to the degree of experience in each. In general, we classify people into 3 types: physical, emotional, intellectual. We say over-emotional, too intellectual, when we ought to say under in one or another centre. The knowledge of types can be expressed mathematically. A conscious man, understanding types, can produce the reaction he wishes from a person. He knows how that person will react. In old civilizations, types tend to become fixed. In our own small way, we can make a list of exterior types: Falstaff, Hamlet, Macbeth, Sam Weller, Don Juan, Becky Sharp, or the lawyer, the petty official, the soldier, janitor, priest, and so on. Behind these exterior types is the, so to say, essential type, and the divination of these is true sociology. Experiences are physiological processes taking part in us of which, at the time, we are totally unaware. We remember them afterwards. The changes of direction or divisions of the bloodstream have psyche counterparts, which are ordinarily known as consciousness. When a being is going through experiences, his manifestations are the only form of communication. My subjective never becomes the spectator's objective. He can only see my manifestations and understand just as much as I manifest myself. In ancient drama, the pupil was taught to act consciously, that is, not to give way to an unconscious manifestation of his feelings, thoughts and desires, but to convey the impression he wished. You may say that if we do this in life, it is a technique of insincerity. It is, if what you mean by sincerity is an inability to control your manifestations. The actors in the school of objective drama had to learn to act consciously in 1, 2 or 3 centres. St. Paul spoke about being all things to all men, but this is for a conscious person. If we try to do it, we shall find ourselves becoming identified with all the other men. We can begin by trying to put ourselves in one other person's place. Remember the aphorism in the study house: judge others by yourself and you will rarely be mistaken. Conscious drama has to do with playing roles. Included in the real education of children would be, among other things, allowing them to develop their faculty of mimicry, which, as with all animal life, is part of their natural play. Guessing also, the green blade of a power which, if trained, would develop intuition with certainty, which again is true judgment. But children are discouraged from guessing and using controlled imagination. It is dubbed telling lies, one of the results being that children learn to lie like adults. Gurdjieff says that certain of the early Greek plays were improvised, as described in Beelzebub. Plato also speaks about improvised plays. With such plays, a critical audience was necessary. In the ancient schools of drama in India, epics like the Mahabharata and later in Greece the Iliad and Odyssey, long before they were written down, were recited on a stage, and the reciter had to act the various parts. When several people took part, the older pupils played the higher roles of gods. Not gods as celestial beings, but men possessed of objective reason and understanding, men in a state of ecstasy, ecstasis, outside and above the mechanicality of ordinary life. The dramatic school was originally a training ground for life, universal life, a real university, not as now, as half the young people complain, a monastery out of touch with life. The school of Pythagoras was such a training ground. The Pythagoreans were mystic creators. In mystery is the extraordinary, the not ordinary. The spectators had to keep their attention on the actor in order to discern the unexpected from which they could learn something. In the higher forms of conscious drama, the pupil was expected to take a situation and play a conscious part, but with unconscious actors, and so that he could be understood. The Christian mystery, the birth, life and death of Jesus Christ, was first rehearsed in an esoteric school of the Essenes with whom Jesus worked. At the appropriate time it was played historically so as to affect the thought, feeling and conduct of people for generations. It may be that the Christian mystery was the outcome of the school of the adherents of legomenism. In Fragments of a Faith Forgotten, collected and translated by G.R.S. Mead, there are hints of how Jesus trained his pupils, his disciples, to play special roles, to dance special dances. Judas, the most conscious and devoted of the disciples, had the most difficult role to play, certain to be misunderstood, and like that of the villain on the stage, to be hissed by naive audiences through the centuries. The life of Christ was not the life of Jesus. Christ existed before Jesus and after him. The divine mission was chiefly Christ. Jesus, pursuing his aim and mission, was perfecting himself, as Paul says, through suffering. Not ordinary mechanical suffering, but voluntary suffering and conscious labour. Gurdjieff plays roles which few would or could play. I myself am often baffled, and even Storchnoval, Hartmann and Saltzman, and especially Ouspensky, are sometimes deceived, let alone the younger pupils. What is left of the Pythagorean school of drama? A few echoes in the old mystery plays. The modern theatre has two purposes, amusement and propaganda. Mystery is no longer possible. There are no conscious actors. Our actors imitate, not from within, but without. They merely provoke an illusion in the spectator, who is never challenged, but stimulated to recall previously recorded experiences. Drama today is not a new experience, but a re-experience. It is titillation. It is not an influx of new material, but a stimulus that sets old material in motion. It is evocative, not representative, procreative, not creative, and its effect is an intensification of the mechanicality of both actor and spectator. There is in Beelzebub's Tales, in the book as a whole, a parallel with the Bible in that it opens with a cosmology and a cosmogony, an account of how and why the world was created, and of the fall of man. The Bible proceeds through a series of semi-historical episodes interwoven with myths, into which eventually come clear the major and minor prophets. The reader of the Bible is expected to become aware of his state and his duty to God. When objective conscience has been awakened, there comes the New Testament, the method taught by individuals. Then comes objective reason, which proceeds to grow according to the method. It culminates in the elevation of the personal nature of the pupils who diligently apply the discipline of the method. Thus, the Bible may be considered as drama, an objective work of art of the highest kind. The Old Testament is mechanical man waking up, the New Testament conscience man. The Old Testament represents actualities, the New Testament potentialities. The Bible is symbolical and historical. It is doubtful if anyone, at least anyone that we can be in touch with, has the key to all the mysteries of the Bible. Gurdjieff may have. Beelzebub's Tales is a sort of Bible. The anomalies that seem to us incongruous and absurd may be a text within a text which, when rooted out, may comprise an alphabet of the doctrine. According to Gurdjieff, the key to the legomanism and the key of the inexactitudes are both in our hands, the latter to be discovered by intuition. The key to the legomanism is the method. Our understanding of this book can be said to be a test of our understanding and realization of the method. The book is the only exemplification of a coded work of art accessible to us in our time. There is no use in going to far places to find other examples. Gurdjieff claims that a proper reading of the book would make unnecessary the decoding of all the works of art produced at the time of Akshapanasia. Gurdjieff's book, perhaps, is a kind of Bible for the future. Each of us is a cosmos with unknown parts spatially distant. Ships are necessary to visit places and to find forgotten things. Cosmology is concrete psychology. Gurdjieff's system is complete. It has literature, drama, dancing and music, and a method with exercises which can only be taught in groups by teachers who have studied and worked for years. The theme of Gurdjieff's book is that we, as human beings, must accept suffering and labour. We cannot escape it. It is obligatory, and although the suffering is so distributed that at times some seem to escape their share, time grinds every grain. The total tax is the same. More than 2,000 million people pay this tax. The purpose of genuine teachers is to show how this tax of suffering, in addition to being paid, can be turned to the use of the individual. There is no idea that it can be lifted. Everything in the universe suffers, though not as we ordinarily understand suffering. One of the ideas in the book is that we should be of help to his unique burden-bearing endlessness by striving to understand the method, and that by working correctly we help to lighten the sorrow of our Maker-Creator. Man exists for a purpose not his own. This includes all beings, animals, birds, insects and bacteria. Each species is designed for a certain cosmic use. The norm of man is the discharge of the design for which he was created, like a machine designed to do a certain bit of work. But because of certain circumstances unforeseen by the higher individuums, this planet and men with it has become an abnormal machine and no longer fulfills its design. It has even become a menace to the universe. Hence, life here now exists only by grace, and nature has to puff and blow to adapt and adapt so that the machine shall work. Existing as we do, we men are no longer capable of real happiness. That is, capable of the happiness which accompanies the fulfillment of a design. Renan, in his philosophical dialogues, said that nature is hostile to the development of man and desires man's imperfections. Gurdjieff says that while this is true, it is not irremediable, and that nature now has need of relatively liberated beings. The small chances of man's salvation are strengthened by two things. One, the wish of the Creator that this machine should function normally, hence the messengers that have been sent from time to point the way. And two, the continued existence in all men, except the Hasnamas, of objective conscience, an inner unrest at our awareness that we are not as we should be. In the Hasnamas, the germ of objective conscience remains unawakened, perhaps dead. He is incapable of organic shame. All the messengers from above are agreed on the terror of the situation, on man's being diverted from his true purpose, turning aside to false gods, being absorbed in the physical, practical side of life or in current ideals, in social values instead of personal values, of substituting vague aims for common sense, of developing and complicating the outer life at the expense of the inner. Beelzebub's tales to his grandson is like an onion with an almost infinite number of skins. You peel off a few, and then you realise that underneath there remains skin after skin, meaning after meaning. In every mind there is a certain grammar of association. There are two categories: association of words, verbal reasoning, and association of forms, mentation by form, reasoning by ideas. This has nothing to do with what we are accustomed to speak of as formality or the ordinary formal mind. 9/10 of what we call thought is mechanical association of words. If you say agony to a superficial writer, he will answer sweat, anguish, dark night of the soul as readily as a parrot, with no personal realisation of the fact of being in a state of agony. Association by form, or mentation by form, is dependent on personal experience. It is still an association, but different from mere words. It is the form in which peasants and animals, or those we call understanding persons, often think. It has strict reference to experience, a grammar of people in whom experiences exist. Verbal association is developed by words, formal by being in the company of men of understanding, and by being with simple people. Men who have spent a long time in the company of Arabs and Gypsies, for example, have returned with increased understanding. Why is it that all unspoilt children love to associate with craftsmen and farm workers? A true function of the formatory apparatus is to formulate your feelings as well as your thoughts. The effort to do this will result in a clear crystallization. Things will become clearer to yourself, hence to others. Almost all our communication with each other in life is by verbal association, no inner content. One of the things that strikes people in meeting Gurdjieff is the way he communicates by form. A platitude comes to life, full of meaning. All beings can be classified according to their reason. Every one of them is on a step of a ladder, evolving or involving, Jacob's ladder. The reason of a being is the coordinated sum of his functions and is expressed in his manifestations. Man is higher than the animals only because the elements entering into his reason are more complex. Since the majority of human functions are abnormal, his reason is abnormal. Man, by definition, is superior to the animals, but in fact his reason is abnormal. Normal man is a being who feels, who is designed to encounter, create and overcome difficulties. a contrast to ordinary man who believes that man exists for his own happiness and peace. What counts is overcoming, effort. A man may create difficulties within the field of his own choice and must have an aim which requires effort to attain. But, as the aphorism states, we must use work as a means, not an end. In ordinary life, we have respect for the person who encounters difficulties and makes effort to overcome them. If he succeeds, we admire him. If he fails, we feel sorry for him, and we condemn the man who shirks his life responsibilities. Gurdjieff passes on to us the counsel of his grandmother. Eldest of my grandsons, listen, and always remember my strict injunction to you in life. Never do as others do. Either do nothing, just go to school, or do something no one else does. This does not mean that we should cultivate eccentricity or mannerisms, or deliberately go against convention. He says, in fact, in Rome, do as the Romans do. He also tells us that we should consider outwardly more than we do now. Be more thoughtful of other people. Orage said that when he was editing The New Age and saw the current of opinion flowing mechanically in a certain direction, he would initiate a current in the opposite direction. He continued, one of the ways of gaining understanding is through pondering, which is an effort to think about abstract subjects like metaphysics or cosmology, in order to try to get at the meaning. There are very many ideas in the book which we shall never be able to understand, in this life at least, but there are also many which we can understand if we make the effort to ponder them. Ordinarily, we assume that if the truth is stated clearly, we shall understand it. This is an illusion. Understanding is developed not only by pondering, but by handling situations practically, as a good gardener manages his garden. Understanding is developed by suffering perceptions of truth about ourselves and the cosmos. When we speak of psychology, we speak of the kind of desires that animate a psychic being. A normal man is the cutting edge of the universe. When we diverge from the norm, we are abnormal. This explains the accumulated criticism in the book of those artists, writers, actors, scientists, politicians and businessmen who substitute for normal aims some temporal form, such as the pursuit of beauty, the material conquest of the planet, the greed for power or the acquiring of riches. And since, for example, the subjective artist and subjective writer influence other men, Beelzebub regards them as evil influences that tend to divert man's interest and energy from a normal aim to one that is hostile to the great scheme. In the essence of a normal man is a biblical hunger and thirst after righteousness, a thirst for objective reason. One of the current views of life is that there is no cosmic purpose, no conscious aim, that protoplasm was formed accidentally and that everything just happens. Another is that man was created for the state, whose object is to provide him with an increasing standard of living in the future. Another view is that God is omnipotent and all-loving. He created the world out of sheer benevolence and presides over the universe with no other idea than that his children should be happy, that we have no duty except to each other, that man was given power over the earth and the animals and is authorised to exploit them. This is the attitude of the ordinary, spoilt, selfish, overindulged child towards its parents, who is not old enough to realise that nothing comes which did not cost nature or someone something. This last is a widespread attitude, and it is the doctrine of the organised Christian Church. As an exercise, try to set down in your own words the idea of life as seen by one of your friends or by yourself. What is your idea of the world? Is it merely chance, or is there a design? Is there a conscious purpose, an aim, an objective? In the first chapters of the book, there is an adjuration of the view that the world is knowable, that the universe is a work of conscious creation and consciously maintained for a conscious purpose, an enormous machine. God created it not for our delight, but in pursuit of a conscious aim, and the onus of the reason is on God. This perhaps is an anthropomorphic view. It is also theomorphic. If it makes God in the form of man, it also makes man in the image of God. Animals can neither make nor understand machines. Man has reason, with the possibility of understanding a machine faster than any he himself construct. Man's purpose is to do this, but because of the catastrophe which occurred almost at the beginning of his existence on Earth, his reason became distorted, and since then he has been in a state of hypnosis, as if under the influence of a drug. While the fumes of the drug remain, we cannot pull ourselves together and reason normally. At the same time, there stirs in our conscience a dim reminder that we are not acting reasonably. Like the prodigal son, we are vaguely aware of it in the far country of the body, but we cannot remember our father's country. The problem is how to wake up. There is no shortcut, no magical means to this. The only sure way to a state of being permanently awake is by voluntary suffering and conscious labour, and we can begin by making a daily attempt to ponder and sense the meaning of life, and to try to deal with situations not only without complaining, but spiritedly. Here we should have a taste of normal activity according to objective morality. Ask yourselves what you really wish. But before you can do this, you must learn to distinguish between ephemeral wants and desires on the one hand, and an essence wish on the other. Professor Denis Surat says that wishes and ideas are entities. If you have a wish, you will have harboured a being. If it is an ephemeral wish or a want, not gratified, it will soon die. If it is a real higher wish, it will live as long as its energy permits. If you have a rich nature, you may have wishes which will last your whole life. From Surat's point of view, our immortality depends on our having wishes which will outlast the body. From our point of view, a wish for understanding and being might outlast the planetary body. Gurdjieff says that a real wish is the highest thing, but I must be in order to do, in order to wish. If I am, I can. If I can wish. If I am and can, only then have I the objective right to wish. As opposed to the present orthodox physicist's conception of the universe as a machine whose energy is running down, the book takes the view that the universe is expanding, growing. Though each part is subject to decay, it is replaced. This vast machine needs constant attention. For this, his endlessness has helpers. When man appeared, he decided to make use of him also as a helper. But because of the catastrophe, man has become a kind of zombie. He goes about his work in a dream state, a drugged slave. Yet we are within reach of normality. It is as if only a thin wall separates us. God is a free-centered being. His mental body is the sun absolute. His emotional body, all suns. His planetary body, the planets. We are made in the image of God, with 3 centres, but 2 of ours are undeveloped. Our function is to aid their development. The normal life of the Cajun body is a passion for understanding, of the mental body, the power to understand. By pursuing the method, we gratify the need and develop the bodies. The pursuit of a minor aim, of a shortcut to development and understanding by means of magic or yoga, or by the various systems imported from Asia and Indonesia, will result in distortion of growth of the emotions and the mind. All attempts to get rich quickly in the sense of development and understanding come within the realm of black magic. It is characteristic of the principle of electrohamsoning in man that no sooner does a real teaching begin to be given out that someone or other group afraid of the terrific efforts that may have to be made, begins to try to find a shortcut and so distort the teachings. It has always been so. How can we become aware of genuine being duty? We as beings incarnate this duty. Start by asking what you think is wrong with the human race. Then try to formulate what you regard as the characteristics of a normal human being. Since you are Western trained, use pencil and paper. Man questions with his reason. He wishes with his feelings. We are constantly engaged in avoiding difficulties, in trying to reach a point where effort is no longer necessary. Man is in a boat, rowing in one direction while looking in another. One of the results of the consequences of the organ Kundabuffer is that reading, the cinema, radio, television have become the modern opium. The communists said that religion was the opium of the people. So for religious processions with their colour, richness and ancient music, they have substituted military processions and brass bands. Kundabuffer is vestial, but its consequences remain, so that people judge by what others say and not from their own inner experience. We have been told as children that to be rich is a happier state than to be poor, but people are superior or inferior according to their station in life, or their possessions or charm, education or gifts, such as a gift for writing, which is comparable to a Walt or Mole. We are taught to believe that natural greatness is a condition of individual happiness, that amusements amuse, that distinguished company is brilliant, that other people's praise is necessary, and that their disapproval is debilitating, that books, pictures and music are stimulating, that leisure without work is desirable, that it is possible to do nothing, that fame, the possession of powers, titles, success have real value. We accept all this without pondering or reflection. We do not wish to ponder because it might disturb our self-calm, which is peace of mind with no wish to understand the meaning of existence, because of egoism which, for objective morality, substitutes I like and I don't like, the expressions of children. We are victims of suggestibility, which is the mechanism of our psychology. We depend on reward and punishment, which are a necessary part of a young child's training, but we never grow up. We seldom acquire understanding through experiences. Always we look outside for understanding. Paradoxically, we can understand only by experiencing. Understanding is inside us. If you know yourselves, you shall be aware that you are the sons of the Father. Planets are enormous beings and have relations between themselves as people do. They are reactions, tensions. They vary in shape and form, but their evolving in space causes them to appear as spheres. They communicate by emanations, a pure force which does not operate through and by means of matter, and by radiations which operate through and by means of matter. Our Earth is a planet which communicates with other planets through its organic system, which is like a skin, thinner than a coat of varnish on the great stone globe at Swanage. Tension between planets are felt on our Earth and occur at special times. Then happens what Gurdjieff calls soliouniasis. In very ancient times, priests, who were then men of understanding, knew how to organise religious ceremonies on a vast scale so as to use the forces of the tension. But the organ Kundabuffer caused them to forget, and war was invented. We ourselves as individuals are subject to these tensions. We get out of sorts, irritable, rash, and find ourselves doing and saying things that we afterwards regret. How often a person pursues a certain course under the influence of one of his eyes, completely identified, oblivious of everything else, and then, with a start as it were, he comes to himself, wakes up, and is horrified with the realisation of what he has been doing. Examples of this, from the comic and merely irritating to the tragic, are to be seen every day. Ovid's Metamorphosis has many examples. This is the result of the influence of the planets, and especially the moon, working on us through the results of the organ Kundabuffer when we are not in a state of self-remembering, that is, when we are unconscious, with the result that evil manifests itself. But the fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings, that we are slaves at the mercy of every planetary tension, the sport of every emotive wind that blows. We, as a group, have the method. We are beginning to see what we ought to do. We ought to begin to be able to use the energy stirred up by tensions between ourselves and others. We ought to be able to use some of this energy instead of letting it all go out to the moon. Nothing is lost in the cosmic scheme. The energy we waste in negative emotion is used by the moon. And negative emotions are not only those of a violent and depressing kind, such as resentment, anger and despondency. The various kinds of sentimentality are equally negative, like the emotion manifested at a religious revivalist meeting, or at a meeting for raising money for the support of stray dogs or cats, or the feeling of pity, which is really self-pity, aroused on reading in the newspaper about some mischance to someone you are totally unacquainted with. All this is negative emotion. Friction, which is a result of attention, can be of great use if only we can remember ourselves at the moment. At the Priory, Gurdjieff frequently organises friction between pupils when they appear to be going through a period of sleep. For example, a pupil, a former army officer, whose way of giving orders was rather peremptory, was in charge of the physical work. He understood much of Gurdjieff's teaching. Another pupil, a young man, not very intelligent, who understood very little, resented being told what to do by the older pupil. There was a clash of vibrations and he refused to obey. The older one told Gurdjieff, who said, "Next time he refuses, insult him." Gurdjieff foresaw the result. It happened, and so much friction, so much negative emotion was stirred up that we all had enough stimulus for self-remembering for several days. The young man should have learnt something from the shock. He may have done, but we at least were able to. Gurdjieff said that when we had a row with someone, we should at once use the energy so generated in useful work. It is said that Wagner accidentally hit on the idea. When he got into the doldrums, he would stage a row and use the resulting energy to go on with his writing and composing. In ordinary life, in a mechanical way, it is beneficial to be able to use this release of energy in doing something that one has put off doing, even tidying up a room. Otherwise it turns to hatred and resentment, or sulking and brooding. Certain vibrations are needed for the maintenance of the relations between Earth, Moon and Annulus, and for their harmonious relations. The same with our three centres. A being's reason is the sum of his total functions. If some are missing or abnormal, reason is abnormal, and he is unable to provide the necessary quality of vibrations, ashku ikin. There are two kinds of effort, voluntary conscious effort and involuntary mechanical effort. Involuntary effort is determined by external circumstances and conditions. It is the effort of slaves, soldiers, servants, useful for the moon. Periodically, the tension on certain parts of the planet becomes such that people go mad. The accumulated energy explodes, and they begin to destroy each other's existence, sometimes in millions. Conscious effort, conscious labour, produces that which helps us, helps God, and his purpose. Love all that breathes, says Gurdjieff. This has to do with conscious love. We know chiefly self-love, egoism. Sincerity is a faculty for being unjust to others, to those we love and those we hate. Self-love is preferring to be in a pleasant state of dream about ourselves, rather than that the false something within us should be hurt. What Gurdjieff calls Mr. Self-Pride and Madame Vanity, refer to the ignorant presumption that the qualities of the organism and our station in life are due to merit, that we already know and do not need to be taught. Both gifts and defects are due to biology and sociology. If I pride myself on my gifts, I am ignorantly impertinent. Equally so if I apologise for the lack of them. To understand this, we must have had some realisations of being shame. Continued reading of Beelzebub's tales and pondering them will bring this. But when realisation of something weak and ineffective in yourself comes, don't fall into a state of despondency. We are all in the same ship, though perhaps in different parts. Every bit of real effort you make to work on yourself has permanent results, though the process may take years, and even lives. In the arch-absurd, Beelzebub shakes his head over the beings of this planet. Our sun neither lights nor heats. When we are presented with high ideas such as are in the book and make an effort to understand, the result is light in the true sense. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. By pondering the ideas in the book, understanding comes, light, and with the light comes life, a vivifying something. Okidarnok is the substance of life. When scientists understand the third force of electricity, they may make organic life. In the way things are going, it is perhaps to be hoped that they never will discover it, since, in addition to producing explosive power enough to destroy a city at one blow, they may create monsters who will bring death to the human race. And it will all be in the interest of science, and therefore, according to the semi-educated, legitimate. The universe as a whole exists for the sake of the Sun Absolute. The Sun Absolute is the sole body of God. Our body exists for the sake of I. I is the God of our organism. Prana is the substance of essence. Shaw came near to it with his life force. The life of the planetary body is the blood, and the life of the Cajun body is prana. If prana is crystallised in a being consciously or accidentally, the being must work on himself to perfect this germ of a soul, or he will recur perpetually with various exterior coatings, and meanwhile suffer and languish, until perfection is attained. Blessed is he that hath a soul. Blessed also is he that hath none. But grief and sorrow are to him that have in himself its conception. Perhaps this is the reason why some of us are here, why we meet in groups to work on ourselves for self-perfectioning. This is where the love and compassion of his endlessness is manifested, his wish to help these relatively few in their difficult state. At death, the essence of beings is thrown into the melting pot, Peer Gynt and the button moulder, from which new beings emerge, but not with the same essence. They recur like the leaves of a tree, with the same tendencies for growth in the same way, with perhaps minor variations, fulfilling a cosmic purpose. Every teacher has shown a way in which the germs of souls may develop and release themselves from suffering. As Attar says, each teacher shows it in his own way, and then he disappears. Buddha, for example, showed them the eightfold path of right thinking. What is Al-Qadin? Kaldan means moon. A means not or against. He is a seeker, a ponderer, one who struggles against the current of ordinary life, which flows down the scow to supply the needs of the moon. Why is it that at certain times certain parts of the planet become intensive war areas? Parts of Europe, for example. Why do other parts become centres of enormous population? London, New York, Paris. It is because nature demands certain vibrations from these areas, which can be obtained only by the death of beings and the tension occasioned by masses in close proximity. Questions about reincarnation were constantly coming up in the groups. All that can be said openly has been said by Gurdjieff, as Ouspensky has reported in Fragments of an Unknown Teaching. In Beelzebub's tales much more can be discovered, and by those who will seek, almost all that we can understand about recurrence and reincarnation is to be found there. But everyone must discover this for himself, otherwise, as Gurdjieff says, it will lead to misinterpretation and distortion and deeper sleep. Orage gave an analogy of recurrence. He used the round stick of Brighton rock, a kind of sweet which we eat as children. The words Brighton rock in red ran down through the stick, so that wherever you cut you found the words. Our past and our future exist in this kind of solid tube, but we have the possibility of changing the tube or getting into another tube. He said, in addition to the static pulsation of the tube, there is a dynamic movement. The tube itself moves. Every cross-section is complete, revealing the time tube. In the static dynamic aspects, all that has been said and will be is implicit. Theosophical teaching, based upon its interpretation of some passages in the Mahabharata, assume that everyone reincarnates. Gurdjieff teaches that this happens to very few, and only those of high development. They choose. The essence of the mass of people recurs in other forms, and then there are those in whom something has been crystallized, in whom there is an urge for perfection, who begin to look for a teacher and perhaps find one. We have no personal experience of what happens after death. It is explained in Beelzebub in some detail, but you have to search for it. There are those who come into life again and search for the method, and recognise it when they see it. They remember. Let us take the analogy of the tree again. There is a difference between the seed and the leaf. The aim of the tree is to produce seed. In the autumn, the leaf surrenders its life to the tree, but with the seed, part of the life of the tree goes with it. At death, we surrender our life back to nature, but we have the possibility of acquiring part of this life for our own use. With work, effort of the right kind, this life becomes for us imperishable being. In Norse mythology, the tree of life, Yggdrasil, whose origin is in Hindu mythology, from time to time produces seeds, gods and heroes who sacrifice themselves for the good of the world. They incarnate, having crystallized and perfected prana in themselves. We can say that first dimension is identical recurrence, second dimension spiral recurrence, third dimension a cross-section of all aspects. In speaking about coming into being, Gurdjieff ruled out embodiment and materialization because of spiritualistic implications. The psyche does not take on a body. It is the same with the expression taking on flesh. Trees, rock, and all sensible objects from this point of view are incarnated, come into being. How can we express the idea of the psyche manifesting its potentiality of manifestation? Gurdjieff suggested some word from electrology, dipping something imperceptible into an electric bath, whereby it becomes perceptible. So we used coating to mean the superimposition on a real but imperceptible object of something that made it sensible. To sum up, we begin by asking, what is the meaning and aim of existence? Ashiata Shirmash defines it in the 5 strivings of objective morality. As Beelzebub relates, all the beings of this planet then began to work on themselves in order to have in their consciousness this divine function of genuine conscience, and for this purpose, as everywhere in the universe, they transubstantiated in themselves what are called the being obligonian strivings. What must we do in order to have in our consciousness the divine function of genuine conscience? We must transubstantiate in ourselves the 5 being obligonian strivings. The first striving is to have in our ordinary being existence everything satisfying and really necessary for our planetary body. Satisfying here has nothing to do with gratification. We have an obligation to strive to keep the body in health, to satisfy its needs as far as we can, in order that it shall be a good instrument for our use. That is, to maintain in a state of readiness this body which we have inherited. I have a body. This includes not only health, but a kind of elasticity, so that the body is ready for the use of the intelligence. While it is necessary to be completely competent in some special field, a special skill obtained at the expense of elasticity is against objective morality. Gurdjieff said that in addition to his own special field, in which he was a master, he had worked at 40 different crafts. In none of these was he a specialist, but he had 2 purposes. One, to give his instinctive moving centre the feel, the other to be ready for potential needs in pursuit of his aim. Most people have a feeling of criticism towards the extreme specialist, a vague feeling that the ideal development should be in the direction of wholeness. The second striving is to have a constant and unflagging instinctive need for self-perfection in the sense of being. This is not to be defined by what we ordinarily know or do. It is a state based on real knowing in order to do. Individual growth consists in the growth of essence, in the achieving of being, not exterior personality. What sort of a being am I? We know when we have made being effort. To be in a state of constant activity is not necessarily being effort. A form of being effort is compelling ourselves to do simple exercises morning and evening, not the usual physical exercises, but those given in groups. Or we can make being effort by compelling ourselves to overcome physical or emotional inertia and doing a job that the body resents. Being is achieved through conscious effort by doing small things voluntarily. In this sense, life is a gymnasium, or, as St. Paul says, running in the great race. Gurdjieff says that we must always be a little ahead of inclination, but not to excess. Then we become, in Gurdjieff's sense, spiritualised, by which he means spirited, not spiritual, but endued with life, spirit. The third is the conscious striving to know ever more and more concerning the laws of world creation and world maintenance. The aim of true philosophy is the understanding of life, and this is not a privilege of the few. It is the function of a normal human being to ask why. We may not be able to give the right answers, but the dignity of man consists in his concern with the questions. In every situation there is material for questioning. With one faculty one is inquiring, while with others one is behaving ordinarily. There is no need to be aloof from life or to be idiosyncratic. The effort made in pondering the works of the laws of world creation and world maintenance inevitably stretches the faculties of the mind. The attention, memory, concentration, real imagination increase, not by direct but by indirect exercise. After half an hour's pondering you may have not a word to say. Worse, there may be merely an increased realisation of ignorance. But, according to Socrates, the realisation of ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. Gurdjieff says, "You will find that the more you realise you don't know, the more you will understand." The fourth is the striving from the beginning of our existence to pay for our arising and our individuality as quickly as possible, in order afterwards to be free to lighten as much as possible the sorrow of our common father. Generally speaking, all of us are parasites. Gurdjieff constantly uses this expression at the Priory. Not one of us has discharged his debt to nature. To be alive is a unique miracle. to have the possibility of being in place of non-being. Think of what it has cost nature in the preparation of planetary conditions, the long periods of experiments perhaps, so that in addition to serving her, we might become sons of the Father. And in return, what do? We behave in the family of nature like self-indulgent children whose only object is to enjoy ourselves. If you will only ponder seriously for half an hour on the way we exploit natural resources, lands, forests and animals for the gratification of abnormal desires, you cannot help but be appalled. Emerson said, "Earn your living, earn the right to live." It is sometimes astonishing that nature permits the members of the human race to continue their existence and does not render them harmless or discontinue the human species as she has done with other species. The fifth striving is always to assist the most rapid perfectioning of other beings, both those similar to oneself and those of other forms, up to the degree of the sacred mart fortei, that is, up to the degree of self-individuality. We must discriminate between gratifying the weaknesses of others in order to obtain their good opinion of ourselves, and helping them to become what they really wish to be. But we can only become hard on others when we have learnt to be doubly hard on ourselves. The one real service we can render to others is a service that will help them to discharge their functions as human beings. There is a key here to what is sometimes called Gurdjieff's ruthless behaviour to others. He is completely indifferent to what others think of him. When he has humiliated you before others, called you offensive names, treated you abominably, then, a week after, or perhaps a month or a year, there will come to you a feeling of gratitude to him and an awareness of increased inner strength. The 5 strivings of objective morality contain the essence of the Gurdjieff method. But before we are able to strive in the right way, we must understand the meaning of conscious labour and voluntary suffering. For on these 2 basic principles, being part dog duty and the strivings, hang all the law and prophesizings of the Gurdjieff system. They form a basic octave, and nothing can be added to or taken away from them. One of the things we have to do is anticipate and not become identified with the inevitable state of pessimism which comes with the breakdown of modern science, religion and ethics. The ideas in Gurdjieff's system are at present premature for most people. To speak about them is like recommending a doctor to a man who imagines he is in good health. But it is desirable and necessary that there should be a growing nucleus of people working according to these ideas. Pessimism affects the finest minds. Not all escape as easily as Bertrand Russell, who is terribly at ease in hell, who once said, "I build my house on the rock of unyielding despair." Beelzebub gives 7 factors which make the organism what it is. These go far beyond anything the modern behaviourists have contributed. He says, "You remember that when I explained to you how these favourites of yours define the flow of time, I said that when the organ Kundabuffer, with all its properties, was removed from their presences, and they began to have the same duration of existence as all normal free-brain beings arising everywhere in our universe. That is, according to what is called the Faunus-Nittamanian principle, they should then have existed without fail until their second being body Kesjan had been completely coated in them, and finally perfected by reason up to the sacred Ishmesh. But later, when they began existing in a manner increasingly unbecoming for free-brain beings, and entirely ceased actualising in their presence their being part dog duty, foreseen by great nature, by means of which alone it is possible for free-brain beings to acquire in their presences the data for coating the said higher parts. And when, in consequence of all this, the quality of their radiations failed to respond to all the demands of the most great common cosmic trog auto-egocratic process, then great nature was compelled, for the purpose of equalising vibrations, gradually to actualize the duration of their existence, according to the principle it klanots, that is, the principle upon which, in general, is actualized the duration of one-brained and two-brained beings, who have not the same possibility as three-brained beings, and who are therefore unable to actualize in their presences the said, foreseen by nature, part dog duty. According to this principle, the duration of being existence and the whole of the content of their common presences are in general acquired from the results arising from the following 7 actualizations surrounding them. 1. Hereditary in general. 2. Conditions in environment at the moment of conception. 3. The combination of the radiations of all the planets of the solar system during the formation in the womb of their producer. 4. The degree of being manifestation of their producers during the period in which they are attaining the age of a responsible being. 5. The quality of being existence of beings similar to themselves around them. 6. The quality of what are called the telecriminalnichian fault waves formed in the atmosphere surrounding them during the period of their attaining the age of majority. That is, the sincerely manifested good wishes and actions on the part of what are called the beings of the same blood. 7. The quality of what are called the being egoplasticuri of the given being himself, that is, his being efforts for the transubstantiation in himself of all the data for obtaining objective reason. These, simply and succinctly stated, are the 7 factors whose results constitute the organism. While we can examine them briefly, it must be recognised that, like all other statements in Beelzebub, they can only be understood when taken together with the rest of the book. Keys to the doors of understanding will be found in other chapters. As in everything else in the book, there are 3 main streams of understanding. Well then, with this in mind, let us take the 7 aspects. 1. Heredity in general. This is not only one's immediate parentage, but the whole of both families, and behind them, the race, and there are 5 main races, each with its peculiar history, experiences and psyche. Behind the race, again, is a biological history, mineral, vegetable and animal. The body is the result of a complicated biological process going back to the appearance of organic life on this planet. 2. Conditions at the moment of conception. At the moment of conception, we start life as a unicellular being. This moment includes factors of the physical and psychical state of the parents and their recent history. Also the geographical position, air, soil, magnetic forces and so on. It is all too complex for us to analyse. Our ability to experience is determined by the foregoing factors. We are both a machine with a series of windings. As we are, we can no more diminish or increase our experience than we can control the length of the kind of dream that happens to us. 3. The combination of the radiations of all the planets, etc. Radiations of planets, planetary influences, are operative on us through our mother during the period of gestation. This has always been accepted by the ancients, though it cannot be proved, but there is plenty of circumstantial evidence in favour of it. 4. The degree of the being manifestation of their producers, etc. Being manifestations are from essence, genuine and therefore rare. An act of real sincerity has an enormous effect on a child, on its character. One reason why children grow up without character is not because the parents do not love them, but because they conceal their love in their behaviour. 5. The quality of being existence of beings, etc. The nature of being existence of people with whom children are brought in contact. Modern civilization brings about all kinds of artificial behaviour on the part of people, and this affects children. Also, the young are fed on denaturalised food, hence a host of drugs supposedly to correct the bad results as we grow up of wrong food, wrong clothing, bad sleep, wrong posture and so on. And usually we exercise only one centre at a time and become a sedentary type, for example, or an unnaturally active type, such as a professional sport addict. Few of us breathe naturally. We spare ourselves fatigue and have never been compelled to take long breaths as a labourer does. We have almost no need to think. This is spared us by education, newspapers, books, radio. Everything is prepared for us. We are told what and how to do everything, about everything that happens on the earth, and all is told us by those who are devoid of real understanding, whose knowledge is partial and whose conclusions are therefore false. Real teaching is replaced by a mechanical exercise of memory, so that the bright boy or girl is one who, endowed with a photographic memory, can win prizes by passing exams and intelligence tests, which, as everyone will admit in private, have almost no real value. Food, air and impressions, the three basic foods, already spoilt. Town children begin with the disadvantage of not being able to copy the behaviour of normal beings. Life in the country comes nearer to the normal, so that so-called uneducated children from farms often outstrip the city children. This is especially so in Europe, because they have to use their faculties. 6. The quality of telecriminalchikion, fault waves, etc. We do not yet understand enough even to discuss this. We can only hint. For example, if the two parents are hostile to one another, even though their outward behaviour may be polite, the children will sense the hostility and suffer accordingly. In modern civilization, the only child is usually neurotic and becomes a problem child. Almost all child psychologists are parents of a problem child and, like most psychiatrists, are neurotic. Child delinquents, rich and poor, come from homes where their natural instincts and possibilities have been diverted, distorted or suppressed. 7. The quality of the being egoplasticori of the being himself, etc. The exertion to understand, which children up to the age of adolescence have been encouraged to make. We presume that they have curiosity, and we gratify this at once, thus sparing the child its own effort to gratify its curiosity. An appetite for this would exert itself, but fuel heaped on the fire puts it out. Curiosity is so valuable a manifestation in life that its gratification should be delayed. The teacher, instead of being anxious to teach, should encourage real curiosity, that is, to know about life. Gurdjieff says that in the East there are no teachers, only learners. Now, with the break-up of the old ways of life in the East and the spread of education, with the so-called backward people becoming civilised, that is, industrialised, the ancient wisdom will disappear, to be preserved only in esoteric schools. The saving grace is that underneath the changing surface of life there continues to flow the deep stream of the human unconscious or subconscious. Life is vitally curious, yet we must become aware of becoming identified with curiosity. Read Prince Lubodevsky in the second series. Life from the period of adolescence is the unconscious unrolling of a film which has been wound up in us. After adolescence, it begins to unwind in the form of experiences we meet. For example, you take up a profession. It cannot be said that you decide, it just happens because of a combination of something in you and something outside you. Your fate is not determined by what you will do in it, but what you will do in it is already determined by these preceding factors. We are not really living. We are watching unfold that of which we are the unconscious victims, our little spool. As it unwinds, we, as we say, live. Actually, we exist. This is behaviourism with a vengeance. Gurdjieff says that the behaviourists do not even begin to realise to what extent they are determined. True accidents occur. The wound-up spool may be dropped. We may have a premature unwinding of the spool as the result of an accident or the influence of people around us. This latter is one of the perils of civilization as a post-accident. We cannot speculate about what an accident is, but we can about the other. What is it, apart from accident, that causes a premature unwinding? It is suggestion. For example, each of us has a fixed capacity for thought. If we act, not from a native wish, but from the suggestion of others, we may find ourselves reading a great deal that does not really interest us, and attending learned lectures in order to acquire information which we can pass on to others, and so appear in their eyes as a somebody, as Gurdjieff says, and not just a nobody. This passive titillation exhausts our potentiality without any active thinking on our part. The same with emotions. By associating with pathological artists of whatever branch of art, we become victims of beauty without genuine human emotions. To follow an aesthetic career, not actively but appreciatively, is a shortcut to the loss of innate taste and power. Pursue art, pursue reason, and again, love not art with your feelings. Similarly, in the physical world, the world of sport, there can be a premature aging of the organs from exercise, taken not because it was needed, but from pseudo-reasons of rivalry and publicity. Our specific against the premature running down of anyone's spool is the method, the aspect called Iram Sam Keep, I keep myself, never to abandon oneself to the activities of one centre, never to become an extreme specialist aiming at intellectual, emotional or physical greatness, but to strive to keep a balance of the three. Society creates monsters because it is difficult to resist the inducements society offers. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the really greatest Europeans, refused to become a specialist in spite of the financial rewards offered him. When he found himself in a rut and thereby becoming unbalanced, he would throw up whatever he was doing. This is a working rule for everyone, and the best modern educational systems understand it. But when the pupil leaves, he is expected to specialise. At the same time, one should strive to excel in anything that one takes up. By working in the Gurdjieff method, whose aim is the harmonious development of the three centres, directed towards the increasing of consciousness, being and understanding, it is possible to excel without becoming identified with the pursuit. The difference between being identified with something and not being identified with it is not a question of efficiency, but of putting or not putting one's whole strength and attention into the job. This brings us back to the definition of the final goal. At the outset, we stated that the normal in man is a passion for understanding the meaning and aim of existence. This is the master magnetic current. The positive magnetic pole is the cerebral part, the negative the instinctive moving part. When the current is flowing normally, all functions begin to fall into their proper places. But we are negatively polarised, and when, as in us, the current is being passed from the spinal to the cerebral, we are disharmonised. Then we are Peter, crucified head downward. The psychological human being is a human being with a passion for understanding. Those in whom the current passes normally find their function in life become increasingly normal. The prime need is the presence of that active passion for understanding. Why? Because man was created for the purpose of producing a soul, and a soul may be defined as a being capable of producing objective reason. Beelzebub's tales are not wholly allegorical. Some parts are historical, some contemporary. We must be able to read parabolically the fault between and over the lines. During Beelzebub's sixth and last descent, 3 messengers from above appeared on the planet: Jesus, Muhammad and Lama. Why 3 in this short time? Each left a doctrine, but the doctrines became so transformed that their authors would not have recognised them. First, the followers split into sects. Then they introduced ideas which had nothing to do with the original doctrine and were often contrary. Appropriate, we can see from our own personal experience that owing to our strange psyche, ideas, even when clearly stated, are certain to be differently interpreted, split up and changed. This has always happened and must continue to happen so long as our psyche remains abnormal. Beelzebub's description of the Last Supper and the sacrament is what has always been known by a few people in certain esoteric groups. Before his crucifixion, Jesus shed his blood into a vessel. Perhaps the disciples partook of it, and a link was formed between the caged-in body of the teacher and his immediate followers. After his death, they were able, by putting themselves into a certain state of consciousness, to communicate with him through the blood. Communication was not by speech. This gave rise to the report that Jesus had been seen. Communication was possible only for a certain period. After it ceased came the ascension. Events moved too quickly for Jesus and his disciples, and Judas, the most trusted, undertook to gain time and so entered into intrigue with the Romans. He offered to arrange for them to take Jesus quietly, and so, with the consent and knowledge of Jesus, gained the time necessary for the ritual to be carried through. Judas emerges as the most conscious of the disciples and the one who rendered the greatest service. This is the true Judas. The conventional one is the traitor, cursed by Christians for 2,000 years. But both the curses and the applause of this world are of equal value, which, in the objective sense, is none. In each of us there is a conventional Judas. At the Priory, Gurdjieff often refers to pupils in this sense when they are asleep and going off the track. One of the titles suggested for chapter 47 was The Mountain Pass of Impartial Mentation. From this point of view, the book represents a climb through the various stages of reason. Beelzebub has reached this pass and has attained to the state of impartial objective reason. A new order of life is now possible. What does it mean, the surrendering of part of their development by the others for the sake of one of their kind? We can make an analogy. If our eye is to grow and develop, then the other eyes must give up something of their possibility of satisfying their own needs and wants. The time comes when, instead of struggling against this, they will wish to do so. At the end, Hussein voices the question which concerns us all. Is it still possible, by some means or other, to save the free-brained beings arising on the planet Earth and to direct them into the becoming path? Beelzebub answers, the sole means now for saving the beings of the planet Earth would be to implant a new organ in their presences, an organ like Kundabuffer, but this time of such properties that everyone of these unfortunates should, during the process of his existence, constantly sense and be cognizant of the inevitability of his own death, as well as the death of everyone on whom his eyes and attention rests. Only such a sensation and such a cognizance can now destroy the egoism completely crystallized in them that has swallowed up the whole of their essence, and also that tendency to hate others which flows from it. That tendency which engenders all those mutual relationships existing there, and which serve as the chief cause of all their abnormalities, unbecoming to free-brained beings, and maleficent for themselves and for the whole of the universe.